In a world that's always changing, there's one thing that remains constant: our desire to make a difference.
The Helping Your Hands campaign is a very important one because it gives a vision for the whole team. And if you have a vision as a company that the employees can follow, you will be successful.
Everyday well-being and health is really important for everyone. We have a right to know all the information to manage our health and well-being.
Health in Your Hands is useful, and I appreciate that it's supported by the company.
We've always been about giving back, answering the need, a bold vision for the future, delivering the best products for a global community.
The consumer is the most important priority that we have in our work, because we need to learn what the consumer needs.
This year, we initiate the first e-labeling for Sanofi's nutraceutical products. Then they can scan the QR and then find out the information on the website.
Every day, our heroes are making it happen, from runners pounding the pavement to those who find solace in nature, to yogis who seek balance.
To prioritize self-care, first of all, you need to understand that you are in the driver's seat. On the one hand, you have the body and the fitness and the sport aspect, and on the other side, there is mental health and the mental aspect.
After the work, I spend at least 1 hour with some activity, for example, running, cycling, or just only walking with my baby. I like the work-life balance.
I'm still learning to set boundaries, to prioritize my health. Because if I'm not, I can't show up for the others and I can't prioritize my health.
We're here to help people help themselves. So let's join forces. Let's make a difference.
Join the mission.
Join the mission.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. For people who don't know me, my name is Dr. Muna Al-Musli, the co-founder and managing director of PRA Consultancy. I would love to welcome you all, our distinguished participants for PRA Afri Summit. PRA Afri Summit 2023 is an online event scheduled this coming 2 days, 1st and 2nd of November, aiming to enhance the pharmacovigilance training for the QPPV professionals and fostering healthier Africa. I'm privileged to address you today the gathering of the PV Afri Summit 2023, an event that is significant, having a moment of shared mission. This summit is not just a mere on our calendar and date. However, it represents the collective vision of the future of pharmacovigilance in Africa. It serves as a platform where minds come together, ideas fusion, and our joint resolve catalyzing to drive a positive transformation throughout a magnificent content. Our journey commences with a simple yet profound idea. The complex of regulatory landscape in Africa necessitates two unified efforts. PRA Consultancy was established on the principle of empowering individuals, organizations, and governments to navigate, interact with the field of pharmacovigilance, and thus fostering the innovation of in the global scale. Now in its third year, the PV Afri Summit stands as a testament of unwavering commitment. It serves the forum of the thoughts where leaders, innovators, policymakers, and influencers in the stream of pharmacovigilance come together to catalyze the progress of the pharmacovigilance and, of course, to get a healthier Africa. We aspire to harness the immense potential of regulatory framework offered within the diverse cultures, industries, and the sectors of all Africa. During the PV Afri Summit 2023, we will embark the comprehensive explorer of the regulatory landscape, dissecting both the opportunities and the challenges that will shape the future of the content. Through interactive sessions, workshops, and engaging discussions, we will structure a very good outcome and invaluable insights and foster a partnership that we always look forward for a better growth. Regulatory excellence is not a barrier. It serves as a stepping stone towards progress. It is the driving through the force guarantee the safety and efficacy and the quality of the product and the service. Innovation, on the other hand, it drives the factor behind economic growth, sustainability, and an improved quality of life. Together, we would like to extend our gratitude to our lead sponsors and estimate partners like TOPRA, MECOMED, CEMED, SALDA, MDMSA, CAPI, EARAPA, SACRA, and MDMSA. And I would like also to express my gratitude on behalf of PRA Consultancy to Hub Plus team and their offers to organize all these events and sessions and workshops. We extend as well our appreciation to our supportive and strategic partner, Africa Health Business, AdvanceMed, AGH, GS1 Egypt, and the British University of Egypt. Lastly, we are immensely thankful to our media partners who have significantly contributed in highlighting the PV Afri Summit this year. I am genuinely thrilled about the diverse area of experience, insight, expertise of people who is joining to bring all the information together and to gather all the discussion together and put a new regulation that will affect Africa Health. Thank you very much. And together, make sure you network and speak to each other during the event. You have a messaging system going on in the platform, and it's very friendly, useful. One last thing before introducing our first speaker, I would also I want to note that there will be during the event for the 2 years there will be my team will be sharing a link of a survey that you will be doing, and with that survey we will be having a raffle draw where we will give also gifts continuously throughout the day. You will get an e-voucher that you can use in your country. Now, I would love to introduce our first speaker. I think most of the people who's on the platform know him, Dr. Ahmed Hijazi. He is a managing director of PV Vigilance, and he is at the advisory board in 2022 too. He was in our advisory board 20,000, and now he is also joining us as a advisory board 2023. Dr. Ahmed Hijazi is a physician in practice and in education, and he have a master degree in pharmaceutical medicine. He have a medical quality management diploma and hospital management. His experience is a scientifically not only as an advisory board in many committees, but also a member of international associations and journals. His expertise in medical affairs, as he worked 11 years in various positions in medical affairs, in which he got an experience of all the roles, clinical researches, governance, compliance, quality. He possessed strong medical knowledge in various therapeutic areas as well. And currently, he have his consultancy on medical affairs and pharmacovigilance for a global and regional local companies, senior editor in international EU-based firm, speaker and lecturer and trainer for some colleges, companies, and health authorities. Welcome on board, Dr. Hijazi.
Thank you, Dr. Mona. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mona, for this amazing introduction, and welcome again to everyone to this new version of AFRI Summit for Pharmacovigilance in 2023, in which the organizers and all the committee are gathering distinguished speakers, moderators, and advisors in order to speak about different topics from different places in Africa, North and South, East and West, talking about updates and regulations, talking about digitalization, artificial intelligence, role in harmonization, the economic impact on pharmacovigilance, and the maturity in pharmacovigilance. Nevertheless, talking about vaccine surveillance, inspections to ensure quality pharmacovigilance, and more, aiming for better Africa, for healthier Africa. That's why we will start today in our first session with an update from North Africa, specifically from Egypt, and talking about the new regulations released by the Egyptian Drug Authority, and that is affecting companies, patients, and enhancing and improving pharmacovigilance practice. So our first speaker today will be Dr. Maha Mohammed. Currently, she is a Deputy General Manager for post-marketing pharmacovigilance for the Egyptian Drug Authority. Actually, Dr. Maha is a pharmacist by education, and she has a master in pharmacology and toxicology from Al-Azhar University. She is a Deputy General Manager, but previously she was a team leader for Regional Pharmacovigilance Center in Cairo. She was a Senior Pharmacovigilance Specialist, and she was an administrative manager with around 13 years of experience, even more, working in the regulatory authority, specifically in the pharmacovigilance, and mainly were responsible for supervising post-marketing safety units, ICSR management unit, signal detection unit, emerging safety issues unit, follow-up, PIBR unit. I believe she has massive and diverse experience, and she will be the one who will give us the a very important update about new regulations that was released sometime this year. And I'm sure that you will enjoy her comprehensive and informative presentation. Welcome, Dr. Amar.
Thank you so much for this introduction.
Thank you. We can see you and we can hear you very well. The
Okay.
floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be with you this year. I will start so we will not be late on the schedule. Okay. First, I would like to thank my colleagues, Dr. Ala, for preparing this presentation. I'm going to talk about our new guidelines for pharmacovigilance, the Egyptian Good Pharmacovigilance Practice. It's directed to marketing authorization holders. We had previously launched, or the first guidelines for pharmacovigilance for marketing authorization holder was released in 2012. That's like 10 years ago. It was later updated 2 years later to be the Good Pharmacovigilance Guidelines for Arab country. It was a shared effort that Egypt has participated, and we were very proud of having it. But then we have to cope with any updates. So last year we started to draft a new guideline specific for Egypt. The rationale for this was to make sure that we are up to date with any change in the practice in the global pharmacovigilance guidelines, and also to make sure that we tailor any specific points that are needed specifically to Egypt. That's what I'm going to present in this. We released this guideline in July 2023, so that's like 4 months ago. I think it's very important that we always look into our guidelines because it's what defines the practice in any country. To have a good guidelines, meaning that you hold your industry to a high standard and make sure that you have safe, efficacious, and quality medicine in your market. The updates covered some points, mainly. We added some timelines for some procedures that didn't have a specific timeline. We also changed some points that to better align with the European good pharmacovigilance practice. We added a part addressing crisis. This we thought was very important after the COVID crisis and how every industry had to cope with it, as well as us, of course, in the regulatory authority. And some changes were directed for Egypt-specific requirement. The first update was regarding the business continuity plan. The previous GVP had a section addressing marketing authorization holder to make sure that they have a business continuity plan to assure that they can proceed in their work if their infrastructure is affected or their staff is affected, especially in the pharmacovigilance function. However, we added a part for the collection and management of quality problems, whether it's in the marketing authorization holder or the manufacturing side. We believe this is very important and it should be addressed in the plan before the situation happens. The second point that we thought would be important to highlight in our guidelines related to the retention of pharmacovigilance data document. The previous guidelines stated the retention period to be 5 years for the system, 10 years for product-related documents. However, we highlighted that for individual case safety reports, the cases regarding adverse event should be kept lifelong in the MAH's database. It can never be deleted. We also added a part that is specific for Egypt. We allow contracting pharmacovigilance service to a specific company, to a service provider. However, in Egypt, we didn't see it suitable to allow freelancing in pharmacovigilance. You cannot have a specific a freelancer QPPV. We thought that would be bad for the confidentiality, bad for the continuity, and for the function of pharmacovigilance. So this is not allowed in Egypt. This is now specified in the guideline. Okay, this part is regarding the crisis prevention and management. It's very important to address this before it happens to assure that the important function of pharmacovigilance is maintained at all times. The first part for marketing authorization holder to be able to handle a crisis, that his system should be proactive. This should be addressed in his risk management plan for specific products and for the plans for the pharmacovigilance system as a whole. The second part is that the market authorization holder should keep a high state of alert for early, even weak signals of a problem. Sometimes it may be only a handful of adverse drug reports. Sometimes it's an article in a newspaper or even a post on social media. This can greatly affect the product and the people trust in the pharmaceutical product. I think in our age that we live in now, the media has great effect, and we need to be very alert to it. In the drug authority, we are alert for this, and we usually screen for anything that might affect the public. Marketing authorization holder should be partner in this, and that's what's reflected in the new guidelines. Lastly, of course, is the important point of communication. That's actually the core to handle any crisis. It's good communication and to be known to be transparent and for people to trust what you say. That will greatly help to maintain your system and to assure good management of any situation, even bad situation. With good communication, you can always reach the best results. The management is not only for the crisis-related event, but also for how people see it and how they react to it. This requires very skilled management. This required rapid investigation, rapid review, and good decision-making to handle any pharmacovigilance situation. Of course, good communication with all stakeholders. This includes the authority, this includes the public, this includes all parties related to pharmacovigilance. Another update is that we specified for any pharmacovigilance system that is subcontracted with a marketing authorization holder to notify us from both parties, the service provider and the marketing authorization holder, to notify us with the end of the PV agreement. This point was added to highlight the important need for also continuity of the pharmacovigilance. A marketing authorization holder cannot be present in between systems. If I'm terminating my agreement with one, then there is a replacement either within the marketing authorization holder system itself or with a new agreement. This is very important, and it helps avoiding bad situations. Another point that we have, this was present in our previous guideline and still in the new guidelines, and it's specific to Egypt, that we require the local safety representative, the one that's responsible for pharmacovigilance in Egypt, to always have access to the Egyptian data, to the Egyptian individual case safety reports. We understand that in many marketing authorization holders, the database holding the pharmacovigilance data might not be located in the country. It might be in another country, especially for multinational marketing authorization holders. We highlight the need that backup for this local data should be present in Egypt or should be accessible online. This is to make sure that we can access this data even during holidays, even during crisis that might make the communication difficult with other partners. So this was kept from the previous guidelines to this guideline for the sake of good retrievability of the PV data. Another part that was added to the pharmacovigilance system master file module, the second module in the guidelines, is the part that this module should state that a pharmacovigilance system master file should state the key performance indicator and should measure it and state it within the document that's assessed in the regulatory authority. In addition to this, we require that any deviation, any non-compliance is reflected as well, along with any CAPA, any corrective and preventive action that is taken and how it was implemented. This part was added to assure that we have good vision of the pharmacovigilance system that we are assessing and to make sure that it's really effective, it's true to what's described in the document. We also updated some points regarding the PV inspection module. I know there will be a separate session tomorrow. My colleagues will present it, Dr. Dua. I hope you all will attend it as well. She will talk in length about the inspection. I'm going only to mention some parts that were added specifically for the PV inspection module in the guidelines. We added the importance of assuring compliance to the national legislation and how deficiency are classified according to risk level. PV inspection is relatively new in Egypt. It has only been functioning for 3 years now. So we needed to add more clarification in this section for the market authorization holder that is new to them as well. We also added that there is service consideration related to PV inspection. Another part that was amended in the guideline is the PV audit. Of course, PV audit can be taken by outsourced audit service provider. However, this in no way means that the internal quality system of the market authorization holder is not also responsible to assure a quality function in the pharmacovigilance. The internal department as well is responsible for the quality and the compliance, along with the outsourced PV audit. In the risk management system, we did a small amendment to better align with the European GVP. Now the annexes to the RMP are only 8 versus what that was 12 to be the same as the European GVP. We believe it's very important to align with global regulation in pharmacovigilance. It definitely makes sure that we are up to standard. It also makes it easier for market authorization holder to follow the guidelines and to know what's expected from them because it's expected everywhere in the world. It also helps our local manufacturing that they are used to complying to this guideline in Egypt. So if they need to export their product, they know what to expect in other countries as well. In the ICSR's management module, we still require only domestic cases. I know each country decides what's suitable for assessing as individual case safety reports. In Egypt, you only require cases that are reported locally, serious or non-serious. We added some emphasis on the importance of collecting the data for exported products. If a local manufacturing is exporting to other countries, he should make sure that he have in place a system that allow him to collect individual case safety reports, and this will be viewed in his PSUR that's submitted periodically. So we make sure that he's not only compliant in Egypt, but also in other countries that he might export to. And this also means that we can see his product, how it's doing in our market, as well as other market. and making sure that's really safe or have the best safety possible. In addition to the mandatory elements that's known worldwide for ICSRs, the four main pillars for reporting, in Egypt, we require each marketing authorization holder to add a case narrative to his submitted ICSRs. We believe this is important for our and the assessor's understanding of the submitted case. It also makes sure that all present data at the marketing authorization holder's side is coded in the database. So it means better filtration, better data quality as well, which means that our signal detection efforts will be more successful. Another part that was added, this was added to align our guidelines together. We have in the Egyptian Drug Authority a guideline for emerging use authorization of product. Those authorizations require that the product that's under this condition have an ICSR submission timeline of 24 hours for serious cases, 7 days for non-serious cases, and the submission of all the case should end with the follow-up within 15 days, 15 calendar days. This is very important for products that are believed to be life-saving and that are registered according to the emergency use authorization guideline. Regarding clinical trial in Egypt, we have a specific portal for submission of cases, individual case safety reports of clinical trials. And we have a separate team to assess it, but it's present and it's covered in our guidelines as well. Regarding the periodic benefit risk evaluation reports, some modifications were added to the guidelines. This is Egypt-specific modifications requiring market authorization holder to provide his sales data in Egypt specifically and the tabulation for cases or ADRs in Egypt specifically. This was a need that faced us in many situations when we assess a specific product, and we thought it would be good and easier for marketing authorization holder to include it within the guidelines. So it's not an extraordinary event, but a permanent requirement that he can make sure to follow and adhere to in his original planning. In the signal management module, we added a lot of modification actually, including timelines and others. But I would like to highlight one of these updates is that we require for any signal to be submitted if it has at least one domestic ICSR, regardless of its status. Usually refuted signals are not submitted as signal standalone notification, but are viewed within the PSUR submission. In Egypt, we require any signal that has one domestic ICSR in Egypt to be submitted regardless of the status. This is important to us. We are a country that believe on reliance on other stringent regulatory authorities, but we make sure that we do our homework, we study our cases very well. That means that if the market authorization holder suspect any signal with one case in Egypt, then we need to look at this as well. Regarding the pass, we made sure to highlight that this requirement can be imposed during any stage of the market authorization holder, either the initial marketing authorization holder application or post-authorization for any emerging safety issue. This can be imposed directly from our pharmacovigilance committee or from a higher committee, our technical committee in the Egyptian Drug Authority. The last update was regarding the safety communication. This is very important to us to specify a timeline. We specified no later than 5 days, but we also encourage them to report as early as possible. Timeliness is, of course, of core importance when it comes to safety communications and to emerging safety issues. Regarding risk management, okay, this slide is upside down, but I can say it anyway. Regarding the risk minimization measures, we made extra stress on the importance of measuring the effectiveness of this activity. This is one of the steps that we always review while assessing a risk management plan, and we make sure that the measure is actually giving the required result. If not, then we need to propose an alternative to make sure that the use of the medication is as optimum as possible and as safe as possible in the Egyptian market. In the end of the presentation, I would like to stress on the importance of the guidelines to develop the process of pharmacovigilance practice in any country. We also issued an administrative manual 2 months ago. This administrative manual is for clarification of points not relevant to the technical practice of pharmacovigilance, but to the submission procedure, the service requirement, any points that the market authorization holder might have as a question. We have the answer for it in our administrative manual. This is part of our effort to make sure that market authorization holders are compliant as possible and to make their work easier. We also make sure to include them in any effort we do for continuous development of the PV practice in Egypt and to help the communication and transparency. Thank you so much for your time. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maha, for the comprehensive, detailed, nice, and quick presentation.
Thank you.
It was really amazing. And until we see if we have questions from the audience, I have a question in my mind related to the key performance indicators. Because, sometimes there is no specific guidance to some companies. Do you have a specific, metrics or measures that we can consider as minimum to be considered?
No, actually, we don't have a specific minimum for the key performance indicators. I believe it's actually not a standard in every situation and at every time. The practice of pharmacovigilance usually improve by time, whether within the institution itself or the company itself or in the country. I mean, reporting in Egypt is not nowadays the same as 10 years ago. So we cannot set a minimum requirement. But the key performance indicator itself, there are many references available, global references, to how to set a specific indicator to actually measure the outcome of each pharmacovigilance process. We make sure when reviewing a master file for pharmacovigilance that market authorization holders are following those global indicators, and we provide them guidance, whether in our assessment for the specific file or during the inspection mission.
That's very good, thank you. Because globally in many companies, they consider, for example, submission timelines of ICSRs or periodic reports or RMPs or whatever. Sometimes they focus on being on time for CAPAs, for open audits, inspections, deviations or whatever. So I believe such things probably could be helpful to people. I think also some can think about ensuring the training for non-safety staff in the organization that should be done on time and people attending. So
yes, this is a very important part, and it's usually looked into in details during any inspection mission. We view the files of training and make sure that all employees are covered in the training and are covered on a good timing from their employment in the specific company, and the refreshed training every year. However, during the assessment of any file, this is usually done on desk. We view it with our eyes during the inspection. I think in all pharmacovigilance, you can sort of get the idea about the performance of the company, not only from one source, but from different sources. And we view the training also in the submission of the ICSRs. Company that have good training system and their company is usually have the best practice when it comes to submission ICSRs, best quality of cases, and the submission of number of cases that is very comparable to the number that's submitted directly to us as a health authority.
Yes, it has a direct, fast impact, yeah. And you talk about risk minimization measures and ensuring effectiveness. Do you have some example or something that you can clarify to people how you check this and or how you measure this?
Okay, of course, in the guidelines, we are addressing marketing authorization holder to measure the effectiveness by themselves. This may be reflected in the reporting rate for a specific EDR, or in sometimes a survey or a questionnaire that's done after a specific risk minimization activity. That's how market authorization holder carry it for the effectiveness. In the Egyptian Drug Authority, we make sure of the implementation of the risk minimization measure itself. When, let's say, a material is distributed to healthcare professionals, we contact our focal points in hospitals to make sure that they receive the material that's clear to them and that they will stick to it. And we also consider our safety signal detection efforts as part of the measuring of the effectiveness of a measure, of any risk minimization measure. If this measure is giving its results as required, we usually see a decrease in the adverse drug reaction product specific signal. So yes, of course, we have to follow this as our site as well as the marketing authorization holder.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We have a couple of questions from the audience. We have from Rawan and Marwa. They were asking about if this PV guideline for 23 officially published and where we can find it.
Yes, it's published in July, last July, and it's available on our Egyptian Drug Authority website. It can be easily downloaded.
So eda.gov.eg, I think.
Yes.
Okay. So guys, you can just write eda.gov.eg and look for the guidelines, and it's easy to navigate. It's not difficult to find it. I got it before. And another question, I think from Rawan also, she appreciates if you can repeat the timelines for the reporting of ICSRs, because you mentioned also for the emergency use authorization and the regular.
I actually didn't mention the regular timeline for reporting of EDRs because it's the same as previous. The timeline for normally registered product is 15 days for serious cases and 90 days for non-serious cases. However, the timeline I mentioned was related to the emergency use authorization. This guideline for emergency use authorization was released during the COVID crisis to address the registration of those vaccines, as well as many treatments that was later registered for COVID itself. I think it's very important guidelines, and within it, there is a specific requirement for those products. Since we didn't take our time in reviewing the registration dossier for this product, we have to look very closely at them during the post-marketing phase. So we require the submission of serious ICSRs first notification within 24 hours, and for non-serious within 7 days. And the ICSR submitted as complete within 50 days. So it's very tight timeline, but only for those specific product registered as emergency use authorization.
Okay, that's perfect. And another question related to the termination of the safety agreements. You know, sometimes after the termination and then the initiation, and you need also the agreement to be officially stamped and notarization and this stuff.
Yes.
So is just notification in the beginning is required, and then they can deliver the official final signed agreement with a new partner.
Sometimes, yes, we can wait for the authentication. However, every market authorization holder should make sure that before he terminates a previous relation, that the new relation would be available very shortly. Because if this is coincided with, let's say, a registration of a new product, this might create a problem for them. And we need, from safety point of view, to assure that the business in pharmacovigilance, the function in pharmacovigilance is continuing despite the termination of previous agreement. It's not accepted for a company, let's say, to receive an ICSR and they don't have a current PV agreement or a current PV personnel.
Yes, totally agree. Okay, a question from my side. You mentioned during for the audits, and you talk about the qualification of the auditor. Is there any specifics or something that you can elaborate or highlight more? Because I actually saw this before, that the auditor who is auditing pharmacovigilance system in a company, his background or his PV experience is not. What do you think?
Well, this is an important point, and that's one of the reasons that we add specific highlighting on this point. During the normal audit in any company, the quality personnel carries this. However, in pharmacovigilance, there is lots of technicalities. And yes, we need someone specifically for pharmacovigilance audit that have a pharmacovigilance background to allow him to understand the impact of any deviation on the system and the importance with pharmacovigilance is very linked in every process. I mean, you have a deviation in a small part that might affect the safety of completely another product. So yes, it's very important to have a qualified person. That's why we're highlighting that. As well as the internal quality system of the market authorization holder, there is the need for a specific PV auditor. I know it's not very common for the current practice, but it's improving, and there are several providers for this in Egypt now. We're very happy that they are.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your presentation and this very productive and fruitful discussion. Thank you so much, Dr. Maha, and the whole team who are really doing a great effort in the EDA and the PV General Administration. It was really our pleasure that always having you and the team. And thank you so much. We need to move to the next session. So thank you, Dr. Maha, and let me introduce the moderator of the next session until we go for a few seconds break. The following session will take place in French. So if you wish to listen to English, please switch the translation if you would like to listen. And the next session will be focusing on the pharmacovigilance updates and drug safety in the Franco Africa. And it will be led and moderated by my dearest friend, Dr. Hala Ben Sultana. She is a pharmacist by education and graduated from the University of Pharmacy in Tunisia. She holds a master's degree in marketing intelligence and strategic monitoring. Wow, very interesting. Currently, she is a pharmacovigilance manager for the Middle East and Africa for Bausch & Lomb. Prior to joining Bausch & Lomb, she worked for several companies in pharmacovigilance and regulatory affairs sectors, I see wonderful names: AbbVie, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi Pasteur. So it's an amazing experience, Hala. Dr. Hala also has regulatory experience with different companies and different, including Novo and Sanofi and others, and in different countries, not only Tunisia, but some countries in North Africa like Libya and others as well. After this session, she will be the moderator for the next session. Thank you so much.
Bonjour à tous. Merci Dr Ahmed pour l'excellente introduction. Je suis très honorée donc de participer encore une fois à l'événement AfriSummit, toujours dans le cadre d'une meilleure Afrique. Donc la session d'aujourd'hui, elle va tourner toujours dans le cadre de la mise à jour des réglementations dans certains pays en Afrique. Et aujourd'hui, on va parler précisément d'un problème particulier qui prend un fléau mondial et qui touche non seulement les pays en Afrique, mais également le monde entier. Bien évidemment, il s'agit donc de la contrefaçon des médicaments, surtout qu'on voit de plus en plus de circuits parallèles qui contribuent à l'augmentation et à ce risque donc mondial. Voilà. Donc, ce que je vais dire, c'est que nous allons donc j'ai l'honneur d'avoir avec moi donc professeur Dr Aliou, qui est doctorant de la faculté de pharmacie de médecine et donc au Sénégal. Donc Dr Aliou, il a également un master en management des établissements et des programmes de santé à la faculté des sciences. Il a acquis une expérience, donc, que ce soit dans l'évaluation des dossiers d'AMM. Ce qui est aussi fascinant, c'est qu'il travaille actuellement sur la digitalisation du système sanitaire au Sénégal, donc, et dans l'analyse et la résolution des problèmes. Voilà, ce qui est important, c'est voilà, comment contribuer via la digitalisation, que ce soit à la lutte contre la contrefaçon, donc voilà, au Sénégal. Docteur Aliou, est-ce que, voilà, bonjour, donc je vous cède la parole afin de nous parler brièvement donc, sur la contrefaçon, les stratégies donc, au Sénégal et comment contourner, voilà, par rapport à la réglementation, etc. Voilà, c'est à vous.
Bonjour à tous. Merci pour cette opportunité et cet honneur. Donc, je vais vous faire la présentation sur tous les produits donc contrefait et les stratégies de lutte donc au Sénégal.
Thank you, everybody. There we go.
Madre, I just can't slide.
Yes, as we are sharing for you, and you didn't upload yourself, the company we will present for you. You can just stay next slide when you're ready. So,
Okay.
production, next slide, please.
Merci. Donc, pour faire cette présentation, nous allons adopter le plan qui suit. D'abord, nous allons rappeler le contexte de ces contractions et également définir certains concepts. Après ça, nous allons faire la présentation de l'Agence sénégalaise de réglementation pharmaceutique ARP, qui est l'autorité réglementaire au Sénégal. Et donc, en troisième lieu, nous allons déployer les stratégies de lutte de la contrefaçon au Sénégal. Et dernièrement, nous allons présenter les exigences réglementaires à l'égard des titulaires d'AMM. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Donc, le contexte de cette contrefaçon est marqué par une demande croissante en médicaments. Donc, avec la mondialisation et la globalisation des chaînes d'approvisionnement, donc nous avons de fortes importations de médicaments des pays occidentaux vers le Sénégal. Maintenant, ces médicaments importés, généralement, ils coûtent très cher. Donc, le coût de ces médicaments authentiques donc, est très élevé. Et certains n'ont pas accès donc à ces médicaments. Et ceci fait naître donc un marché parallèle. Et ce marché parallèle donc entraîne beaucoup de problèmes de santé publique, notamment une forte mortalité infantile qui est liée aux produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés. Et il y a plus de 122 350 morts par an donc dans presque 39 pays de l'Afrique subsaharienne, donc d'après le journal américain de la médecine tropicale et de l'hygiène. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Donc, pour les définitions, donc, un produit de qualité inférieure et falsifié, donc, c'est tout produit médical de qualité inférieure ou un produit non conforme aux spécifications qui sont des produits médicaux autorisés, mais qui ne répondent pas aux normes de qualité ou aux spécifications ou ne sont pas conformes ni aux spécifications ou aux normes de qualité. Les produits de qualité inférieure ou falsifiés peuvent également être des produits médicaux non enregistrés ou non homologués, qui sont donc des produits médicaux qui n'ont pas été évalués et approuvés par l'autorité de réglementation pharmaceutique, donc sous réserve de conditions autorisées par les dispositions légales et réglementaires en vigueur dans le pays. Les PEKIF également peuvent être des produits médicaux falsifiés, qui sont des produits médicaux dont l'identité, la composition ou la source est représentée de façon fausse, trompeuse, que ce soit délibérément ou frauduleusement. Donc, next slide. Donc là, je vais faire la présentation de l'ARP. Donc, l'autorité de réglementation existe au Sénégal depuis 1975 et ça s'appelait le service de l'inspection de la pharmacie. Et après, c'est devenu direction des pharmacies. En 1998, le nom a changé et c'est devenu direction de la pharmacie et du médicament. Et il y a eu un nouveau changement également en 2003 avec la direction de la pharmacie et des laboratoires. Maintenant, en 2012, on a eu une séparation, je peux dire. Il y avait donc la direction de la pharmacie et du médicament. Et il y a également il y avait le laboratoire national de contrôle de la qualité des médicaments. Et en 2022, avec le décret 824-2022 du 7 avril 2022, donc fut créée l'Agence sénégalaise de réglementation pharmaceutique, l'ARP, qui regroupe désormais la direction de la pharmacie et le laboratoire de contrôle des médicaments. Slide. Donc, l'Agence de réglementation pharmaceutique au Sénégal est constituée comme suite. Donc, il y a un conseil de régulation il y a la direction générale, le secrétariat général et donc les directions donc, qui sont ici, dont la direction de l'inspection pharmaceutique, de la surveillance du marché et des vigilances qui s'occupent donc des effectifs principalement et de la surveillance du marché. On a également la direction des affaires juridiques, entre autres, la direction de l'homologation, ainsi de suite, parmi les autres directions phares de cette agence de réglementation pharmaceutique. Slide. Donc, les missions de l'ARP, l'ARP a principalement 9 missions et il constitue donc la mise en œuvre des 9 fonctions réglementaires, donc à savoir le système de réglementation nationale, l'homologation des médicaments et autres produits de santé, c'est-à-dire évaluer les médicaments et les accorder des AMM. Parmi ces missions également, il y a le contrôle et la supervision des essais cliniques. Il y a également comme mission l'inspection pharmaceutique. Donc, il incombe à l'ARP d'inspecter tous les établissements pharmaceutiques et de s'assurer qu'ils sont en conformité avec la législation et les bonnes pratiques. La vigilance également fait partie des missions de l'ARP, donc de mettre en œuvre la pharmacovigilance au Sénégal. Il y a également parmi ces missions la surveillance et le contrôle du marché. Donc, c'est à l'ARP de contrôler et de surveiller le marché pharmaceutique au Sénégal. Donc, il lui incombe de faire de sorte que les produits de qualité inférieure ou falsifiés n'entrent pas dans le marché pharmaceutique sénégalais et de les traquer également une fois qu'ils sont introduits dans ce marché pharmaceutique. Parmi les missions de l'ARP également, il y a l'octroi de licences aux établissements pharmaceutiques. Donc, tout établissement pharmaceutique au Sénégal doit avoir une licence délivrée par l'ARP avant d'exercer. Les tests au laboratoire et la libération des lots également font partie des missions de l'ARP. Slide. Donc, pour lutter contre les produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés, donc l'ARP a mis en place des directives et plusieurs stratégies donc, pour contrecarrer cette falsification de médicaments. Donc, dans le but de lutter les PQF, le Sénégal a procédé à un renforcement donc, de son arsenal juridique et elle a également intensifié les sanctions contre les trafiquants de faux médicaments à travers donc, des directives et des stratégies. Donc, parmi ces directives, nous avons notamment la ratification de la Convention Medicrim. Nous avons également la nouvelle loi pharmaceutique, la loi numéro 2023-06 du 13 juin 2023 relative aux médicaments, aux autres produits de santé, à la pharmacie également. Cette loi durcit principalement les peines liées au trafic de médicaments, notamment dans ses articles dans ses articles 197 qui définit les PQF. Dans son article 198 également, il interdit la fabrication, l'importation, le stockage, la distribution, la dispensation et la vente des médicaments et autres produits de santé de qualité inférieure ou falsifiés donc, au Sénégal. Il interdit également la fabrication ou l'importation ou le stockage même de ces produits au Sénégal. Dans son article 199 également, toujours de cette nouvelle loi, elle donne mission à l'ARP de veiller au respect de la réglementation en matière de lutte contre les médicaments et autres produits de santé falsifiés. Dans son article 200 également, il porte création d'un comité national de lutte contre le trafic illicite de produits médicaux. Également, nous avons les articles 209, 210, 211, 212 jusqu'à 223 successivement qui punissent quiconque se livrant de manière directe ou indirecte à une activité liée aux produits de qualité inférieure ou falsifiés. Également, parmi ces articles phares, nous avons également l'article 222 qui punit quiconque détenant, utilisant ou produisant des documents falsifiés, modifiés ou obtenus frauduleusement concernant donc des produits de qualité inférieure ou falsifiés. Et donc, il les sanctionne de peine de prison et d'amende donc financière. Nous avons également l'article 224 obligeant donc quiconque de déclarer à l'autorité donc compétente ou au service de police judiciaire ou de douane lorsqu'elle a connaissance ou des motifs raisonnables de soupçonner quelqu'un donc de produire des faux médicaments ou de les détenir. Il y a également l'article 230 qui durcit les peines contre donc le trafic de produits illicites. Nous avons également le règlement 04 2020 CM de l'UEMOA qui est relatif donc aux procédures d'homologation des produits pharmaceutiques à usage humain dans les États membres de l'UEMOA. Et donc, c'est tous ces directives donc constituent des forces donc pour lutter contre les PQF. Maintenant, le Sénégal a également mis en place ou adhéré à plusieurs initiatives qui lui permettent de lutter toujours contre les PQF, les produits de qualité inférieure ou falsifiés. Nous avons l'adhésion donc à l'initiative de l'OMS contre les médicaments qui tuent. Il y a également la ratification donc de la convention Medicrim. Il y a également la création de l'OCTRIM, donc l'Office central de répression du trafic illicite des produits médicaux. Il y a également la mise en place du comité multisectoriel de lutte contre les produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés, donc avec le ministère de la Santé, l'Ordre des pharmaciens, le ministère de l'Intérieur, la douane, les consommateurs, les laboratoires pharmaceutiques également. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Nous avons également la mise en place de l'unité post-marketing de surveillance donc des médicaments, donc avec plusieurs membres comme le ministère de la Santé, les grossistes privés, les pharmacies, la PNA, et donc l'association des agences de laboratoires pharmaceutiques, entre autres. Et parmi les directives également, nous avons la mise à disposition de médicaments de qualité à travers l'homologation, donc avec plusieurs experts. Nous avons également la mise à disposition de la liste des produits disposant d'une AMM sur le site de l'ARP, donc permettant aux patients donc, de savoir est-ce que le médicament qu'ils sont en train de prendre dispose, oui ou non, d'une autorisation de mise sur le marché. Mais il y a également un système nouveau qui est la sérialisation des médicaments et autres produits de santé, donc qui est un système de marquage et de traçage donc de chaque de médicaments qui entre au pays. Donc, ce système de sérialisation de projet de mise en œuvre est en cours. Il y a également la mise en place d'un système de pharmacovigilance. Le Sénégal a un système de pharmacovigilance très actif et très efficace. Il y a également parmi ces directives un contrôle des importations de médicaments donc en coordination avec la douane grâce notamment à la plateforme Orbus. Et donc, pour importer les médicaments au Sénégal, donc, il faut que les grossistes importateurs soumettent donc des demandes d'importation via la plateforme donc Orbus par les importateurs donc qui peuvent être des grossistes publics ou privés. Maintenant, il y aura un traitement de cette demande par les agents de l'ARP qui vont vérifier l'AMM donc de tous les produits donc soumis à cette importation et qui vont également vérifier les quantités importées avec la douane. Et si tout est conforme, donc ils vont délivrer donc l'autorisation d'importation aux grossistes importateurs, ou bien s'il y a des conformités, ils vont donc opposer un refus à cette importation. Le slide. Donc, parmi ces stratégies, il y a également la tenue régulière de missions d'inspection pharmaceutique sur le terrain. Il y a également la surveillance et le contrôle du marché. pour permettre une détection rapide des produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés. Il y a également un contrôle technique pointu de la qualité des médicaments effectué par la direction du contrôle qualité de l'ARP avec donc des laboratoires préqualifiés accrédités. Parmi ces, nous avons quelques données. Ici, il y a plus de 335 éléments d'essai concernant 1092 tests qui ont été effectués par la direction du contrôle qualité de l'ARP durant l'année 2022. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Parmi toujours les stratégies de lutte contre les produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés mises en place par le Sénégal, nous avons également le renforcement de la surveillance des frontières avec tous les services de l'État concerné. Nous avons également la multiplication des opérations de saisie des produits de qualité inférieure avec les forces de défense et de sécurité. Et il y a également l'organisation de campagnes de sensibilisation sur les dangers liés à la consommation de faux médicaments. Par exemple, pour l'année 2014, 3,9 tonnes de médicaments illicites ont été saisis au Sénégal. Avec l'opération HERA également, en 2017, c'était plus de 4 tonnes saisies au Sénégal. Et en 2018, il y a une forte réduction de la circulation de ces médicaments falsifiés. Et la quantité saisie avait atteint seulement 1 tonne et 519 kg contre on note une baisse considérable par rapport aux années précédentes sur les médicaments falsifiés saisis au Sénégal. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Toujours dans le sens de sécuriser son marché et de garantir la sécurité du patient, le Sénégal a mis en place des attentes vis-à-vis des titulaires d'AMM. C'est l'enregistrement de leurs médicaments, de soumettre à l'homologation les médicaments avant de les apporter dans ce pays, ce qui est obligatoire. Et également, l'ARP demande à ces titulaires d'AMM également de mettre des plans de gestion des risques, d'effectuer également le renouvellement des AMM de ces médicaments après 5 ans, et également de signaler et de soumettre à approbation toute variation effectuée sur un médicament qui a l'AMM au Sénégal. Le Sénégal également est en phase d'exiger à ses titulaires d'AMM de mettre en œuvre la sérialisation, toujours dans le but de garantir la sécurité des patients et de lutter contre les produits de qualité inférieure. Le Sénégal, via son autorité réglementaire également, demande toujours à ses titulaires d'AMM de faire la déclaration des incidents de sécurité liés à leurs médicaments. Et les exige de mettre en pratique les bonnes pratiques de fabrication et vérifie tout cela toujours par des inspections pharmaceutiques au niveau de leurs installations et également au niveau des industries fabricantes. Slide, s'il vous plaît. Pour conclure, nous pouvons dire que les produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés présentent un grave risque pour la santé publique car ils peuvent contenir des ingrédients incorrects, des doses inadéquates ou être contaminés même. Maintenant, l'utilisation de ces produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés peuvent entraîner une inefficacité du traitement, des effets secondaires nocifs, voire même la résistance aux médicaments, dans le cas des antibiotiques. Face à ces défis, l'autorité de réglementation sénégalaise a renforcé ses efforts pour lutter contre la contrefaçon de médicaments en mettant en place donc des réglementations plus strictes et en renforçant les contrôles sur les marchés pharmaceutiques, mais également en mettant en place une sensibilisation donc de sa population donc sur les dangers des péquifs. Cependant donc cette lutte, la lutte contre ce problème reste un défi constant qui nécessite une vigilance continue et le Sénégal est toujours dans l'optique donc d'améliorer sa stratégie et ses directives donc pour lutter contre la falsification de ces produits. Merci, Dr. Hella. Donc, j'arrive au terme de ma présentation.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Alio. C'était très, très riche, une présentation. Merci de nous avoir donné un aperçu et très bien détaillé sur les missions larges de l'ARP, notamment que ce soit dans tout le circuit donc, de distribution depuis son enregistrement jusqu'à son arrivée donc, chez le patient. Et également l'ARP, un département qui a mis en place des stratégies réglementaires pour la lutte contre la contrefaçon. Donc, on voit également son interaction avec les divers départements, que ce soit le légal, la douane, toujours dans le bien et dans la sécurité du patient. J'ai deux petites questions avant qu'on passe donc, avec le reste de nos collaborateurs et de nos invités. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir des chiffres sur les effets indésirables qui ont été générés par des produits donc, contrefaits détectés au Sénégal?
Au Sénégal, des effets indésirables donc directement imputables aux produits falsifiés, on n'en a pas vraiment beaucoup. Sinon, il y a beaucoup de dossiers en cours, mais pour le moment, donc, il n'y a pas une imputabilité complète donc, qui a été faite donc, à ces produits, même s'il existe et même s'il y a des effets indésirables. Donc, l'imputabilité directe n'a pas encore été déterminé. Par contre, en Afrique, donc dans 39 pays de l'Afrique subsaharienne, donc selon le journal américain, selon le journal tropical de l'hygiène américaine, donc dans 39 pays de l'Afrique, donc les effets indésirables des produits de qualité inférieure et falsifiés vont entraîner chaque année plus de 122 350 morts par an. Mais l'imputabilité directe au Sénégal, donc les chiffres ne sont pas encore disponibles au Sénégal.
D'accord. D'accord, ça reste toujours bon à savoir, surtout l'implication de la pharmacovigilance, suite à quelles sont les actions. On pourra parler par la suite dans le panel de discussion afin de partager donc, les différentes stratégies par les autorités. Mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est également donc, quand un département de pharmacovigilance détecte, donc suspecte un effet indésirable lié à une suspicion d'un produit contrefait, donc les différentes stratégies, les actions, que ce soit donc en interne au sein du territoire ou avec les laboratoires pharmaceutiques dont les titulaires donc, du produit donc, originaire c'est-à-dire celui qui a été, on a pris une copie. Voilà. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Aliou. Je vous retrouve dans quelques instants, donc après la prochaine présentation. Normalement, on était censé avoir avec nous donc Dr Diakalia de Mali qui malheureusement suite à un petit problème de santé, il n'a pas pu nous joindre aujourd'hui, mais j'ai l'honneur et je suis très très ravie parce qu'il m'a passé sa présentation et je vais vous passer donc un bref aperçu, une discussion globale de la situation que ce soit de la pharmacovigilance au Mali. Je ne raterai pas, donc, avant de commencer, de présenter quand même Dr Diakalia, donc, qui est le médecin du département du Centre national de pharmacovigilance au Mali. Il détient un diplôme donc, en médecine et également un cursus donc, universitaire riche, notamment donc, les formations, donc, des diplômes en épidémiologie, les certificats donc, en santé publique internationale. On voit également qu'il a participé donc, dans la publication de plusieurs articles et revues scientifiques, que ce soit dans la lutte, donc la situation de la tuberculose, le paludisme donc, au Mali et en Afrique. Donc, il a été également donc, membre de certains comités comme la coordination donc, contre le Covid donc 2019 et voilà, formateur sur la pharmacovigilance des vaccins. Voilà, nous sommes vraiment désolés de ne pas avoir donc Dr Diakalia avec nous aujourd'hui. Mais voilà, on profite donc, nous allons maintenir donc, comme suite à son accord de sa présentation, donc afin de avoir également donc cet aperçu sur la pharmacovigilance au Mali. Donc, next slide, please. Voilà, donc le plan de présentation aujourd'hui, on va parler brièvement de la situation de la pharmacovigilance au Mali. Quels sont donc les médicaments donc, de contrefaçon, les difficultés donc, de l'État malien face à la lutte contre la contrefaçon. Voilà quelques recommandations, on finira par une conclusion. Next slide, please. Voilà, donc on retrouve que le Mali est situé au cœur de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, avec donc plusieurs pays qui l'entourent comme la Mauritanie, le Niger, le Burkina Faso, donc avec un climat tropical donc qui est en faveur de certaines pathologies. Voilà une population assez élevée, donc de 20 millions à peu près. Donc, pour une superficie quand même qui est assez large. Next slide, please. Donc, le système de santé pour le Mali, il comprend 3 niveaux. Donc, que ce soit le niveau opérationnel ou district sanitaire, un niveau intermédiaire et le niveau central qui constitue la 3e référence pour les soins et la formation des cadres professionnels de santé. Voilà, next slide, please. Alors, quels sont les indicateurs de ressources donc, qui contribuent donc, à la réglementation, que ce soit donc, de la pharmacovigilance et de la réglementation des médicaments? On voit qu'on a des organes consultatifs, à savoir la Commission nationale de la pharmacovigilance au sein donc, de la DPM, et tout en sachant l'existence des commissions régionales également. D'autres organes donc, techniques, donc c'est le Centre national de référence de PV, les comités techniques également, qui est constitué par des experts, et donc également au sein des établissements hospitaliers, on retrouve des comités thérapeutiques et également dans les centres de soins de référence, des comités locaux, donc des médicaments, tout ça pour garantir un circuit donc, de distribution de médicaments unique et une sécurité donc, du patient vis-à-vis de ces médicaments. Next slide, please. Alors, qu'en est-il de la situation de pharmacovigilance donc, au Mali? On voit qu'on se retrouve, on réfère à beaucoup de documentations qui sont de référence, notamment donc le Vidal, le Martindale, les guidelines de l'OMS et les guides de bonne pratique de pharmacovigilance. Ils mettent également au Mali à disposition un manuel national de gestion des MAPI. Voilà des supports et des curriculums de formation en pharmacovigilance. Pour que ce soit au niveau donc des HCP, donc des médecins et du patient, on met également des supports de notification pour les effets indésirables, donc que ce soit majeur, grave ou non grave. D'autres fiches d'investigation et voilà. Toutes ces informations donc sont stockées dans un outil de gestion, une base de données, à savoir donc le Vigiflow et le Vigilize. Voilà. Pour le département de la pharmacovigilance, elle est gérée actuellement par 3 personnes. Donc voilà qui se réfèrent et qui mettent donc à jour toute la base toute la base de données. Next slide, please. La situation donc des notifications depuis 2011 jusqu'à l'année dernière, ce qu'on remarque, c'est à travers donc cette courbe, donc jusqu'à 2019, il y a eu une ascension remarquable des effets indésirables, donc et de la notification principalement. En 2019, on retrouve le pic où on peut suspecter donc son lien avec la Covid. En 2020, donc une chute et reprise donc en 2021 jusqu'à 418 cas donc d'événements indésirables qui ont été notifiés et détectés. Pour chuter par la suite jusqu'à 170 cas, mais ça reste toujours donc remarquable par rapport à 2011 où le nombre de cas il était vraiment moindre ou insignifiant de 30 cas par an. Next slide, please. Alors, donc, si on essaie de répartir donc le nombre de donc la stratégie donc effectuée pour sensibiliser par rapport donc à l'importance de notification des événements indésirables, c'est que soit via donc 96% des actions et des stratégies mises en place, c'est suite à des campagnes de sensibilisation, 4%. Voilà, sensibilisation par une routine, donc la routine ou l'obligation donc de notifier. Donc, c'est des actions de routine qui sont effectuées quotidiennement, périodiquement. Next slide, please. Alors, pour les stratégies, donc pour ces actions, elles ont principalement donc touché donc le cadre donc de vaccination. On voit de 55% des stratégies sont principalement pour les produits donc contre pour la vaccination. Et pour les effets indésirables, 41% des cas qui ont été générés donc suite sont des produits liés à la vaccination. Voilà, next slide please. Alors, une investigation, donc des données sur l'investigation qui ont été effectuées. On voit que principalement pour les vaccins, les effets indésirables générés sont principalement liés à une thrombose cérébrale où la probabilité donc d'interaction elle est évaluée par les comités techniques de pharmacovigilance en Mali comme probable. Embolie pulmonaire évaluée comme possible et voilà une coïncidence liée au décès suite à la prise donc des effets des vaccins et également à une investigation donc par le département de pharmacovigilance. Next slide please. Alors là, si on va partir sur les médicaments donc contrefaçons, on voit que le Mali, donc l'État, il met à disposition un décret portant sur une commission nationale de lutte contre la vente illicite des médicaments. Ce décret, donc, cette commission, elle est chargée de surveiller les médicaments contrefaits. Également, le laboratoire national de santé, il est impliqué, est chargé de faire le contrôle qualité des médicaments commercialisés sur le territoire malien. Donc, le laboratoire national, il a fait une étude sur le contrôle qualité des médicaments et l'étude elle a révélé que le nombre des médicaments contrefaits, il était plus élevé dans les offices publics que privés. On essaiera d'évaluer par la suite ce point qui est important par rapport à la contrefaçon au Mali. Next slide, please. Voilà, l'évaluation donc du système national de pharmacovigilance au Mali. Next, please. Next slide. Voilà. Donc, le système donc, de pharmacovigilance, il présente donc une petite analyse donc SWOT de système. Il a des opportunités, des forces, mais malheureusement des faiblesses et également donc des menaces qui peuvent contribuer donc à une moindre sécurité donc du circuit de médicaments. Voyons voir, voyons donc quelles sont les opportunités donc qui se présentent. C'est-à-dire, on a une pharmacovigilance qui est réglementée au Mali à travers l'arrêté 2008 qui est réformé en 2011. Voilà, c'est très bon à savoir qu'il existe bien évidemment une réglementation en pharmacovigilance donc, au Mali. Il y a également une volonté politique des décideurs sur la mise en place et sur l'importance de la réglementation de la pharmacovigilance en Mali. Cette volonté est appuyée donc d'un point de vue technique et financier par des partenaires lors des campagnes de sensibilisation et leur engagement. Il y a également les implications des universités et voilà, que ce soit l'application également des comités et des commissions nationales et de l'inspection. L'État malien ou le département, il présente également donc des forces, à savoir les compétences donc des experts qui font partie du département de pharmacovigilance. Et dans leur participation contenue à des rencontres interpays afin d'élaborer donc des plans d'action et valider donc la réglementation et le suivi très étroit donc de médicaments dans l'État malien. L'intégration également du département donc dans les programmes de santé à travers que ce soit les campagnes, les formations donc importantes, les formations continues sur la notification, la maîtrise des systèmes donc Vigiflow, Vigilize et voilà la référence à des documentations comme on a évoqué tout à l'heure. Malheureusement, il existe toujours certes des faiblesses. Que ce soit donc principalement au niveau des comités thérapeutiques hospitaliers et les comités locaux des médicaments qui ne sont malheureusement pas fonctionnels dans tous les établissements hospitaliers. Les commissions donc régionales de pharmacovigilance, malheureusement non encore fonctionnelles. Certains ne maîtrisent pas encore donc au sein des établissements hospitaliers et nationaux et régionaux donc du système de pharmacovigilance, que ce soit par les prestataires ou même donc une méconnaissance ou une connaissance faible de la notification par le patient lui-même. Il existe malheureusement une insuffisance de surveillance, donc des événements indésirables, que ce soit une surveillance depuis la détection ou le suivi des événements indésirables majeurs, ou également ça peut être même une sous-notification suite à la sous-estimation ou une exigence, donc une non-connaissance de l'existence d'un département de notification. Voilà. Ce que je viens de confirmer par l'absence de carte de pharmacovigilance qui permet donc à la population de la connaissance de l'existence de ce département. Certaines menaces se présentent également donc, sur le département de pharmacovigilance. Malheureusement, l'absence de finances des activités en dehors des campagnes, ce qui représente une menace donc, majeure parce que l'État malien ou les départements de pharmacovigilance manquent encore de fonds d'investissement afin de solidifier le département de pharmacovigilance. Voilà, donc le généraliser, pas seulement dans le département national, mais également dans les centres hospitaliers et via les commissions régionales. L'insuffisance de communication autour de la pharmacovigilance, certainement, donc, est un atout majeur sur le nombre, on peut comprendre la réduction ou l'instabilité de la détection et de notification des effets indésirables, l'absence de collaboration donc avec certaines firmes pharmaceutiques ou les firmes pharmaceutiques d'une manière générale, et voilà, et la motivation de certains prestataires pour la sensibilisation et la notification des événements indésirables. Voilà, si on voit donc cette petite analyse SWOT, elle est petite mais en contenu qui est assez important. Voilà, on peut comprendre qu'il y a un risque sur un circuit parallèle de contrefaçon où le risque donc de détection via le département de PV reste une menace ou une faiblesse importante. Next slide, please. Alors, qu'en est-il donc des difficultés? Si on va partir donc à partir de cette analyse donc des menaces et des faiblesses, donc le Centre national de référence trouve également des difficultés donc suite à la faible mobilisation des ressources financières, la suffisance de surveillance des événements dans les structures de santé. On voit déjà suite dans les premières slides que le département national, il est constitué de 3 personnes uniquement, donc qui gèrent toute une base de données. La sous-notification dans les structures de santé, qui représente un problème de santé, l'absence de financement pour la recherche active et malheureusement la non-intégration encore des activités de pharmacovigilance dans certains de programmes de santé, notamment donc la VIH, la tuberculose, c'est certaines et d'autres pathologies où donc selon les taux et l'épidémie, donc les taux d'existence représentent un pourcentage assez élevé par rapport à d'autres pathologies qui existent dans le territoire malien. Next slide, please. Alors, pour les autres difficultés, voilà, malheureusement, c'est les comités thérapeutiques donc hospitaliers et les locaux de médicaments donc qui restent encore non fonctionnels malgré l'existence d'un département donc dédié pour ces comités. L'insuffisance de transmission des données, que ce soit donc d'une manière électronique, donc la collecte. Malheureusement, on trouve une absence de matériel roulant pour la pharmacovigilance afin d'assurer donc la liaison entre donc le produit et l'effet indésirable généré. Donc l'interprétation de la gestion des événements indésirables reste faible par suite au manque donc d'outils nécessaires. Donc l'insuffisance de certains matériaux, les ressources humaines compétentes. Et malheureusement, donc, on voit qu'il y a toujours une faible mobilisation pour les ressources, pour les activités donc, du comité technique, que ce soit pharmaceutique ou hospitalier, donc, et qui devraient faire partie prenante donc, du département de pharmacovigilance. Next slide, please. Alors, également, donc, concernant la Commission nationale de pharmacovigilance, on voit qu'on manque de coordination des activités de réglementation de pharmacovigilance. Alors là, la question qui se pose, est-ce qu'il existe un impact sur le manque de coordination avec les autres départements principalement les parties prenantes pour la lutte contre la contrefaçon, l'absence de réunion ou l'implication donc du comité national, l'insuffisance des mobilisations et l'harmonisation des outils de PV. Voilà, next slide, please. Alors, donc, on finit donc suite à des cas assez problématiques, quelques recommandations suggérées par le département de pharmacovigilance afin d'améliorer le système et éventuellement ou sûrement impliquer le département pharmacovigilance dans la lutte contre la contrefaçon, à savoir donc la création d'une ligne budgétaire pour les activités de pharmacovigilance, doter la pharmacovigilance des matériels nécessaires et la prise en charge donc, des logiciels, donc Vigiflow, Vigilize, et la mise en disposition donc, du service de pharmacovigilance des agents de santé formés dans la pharmacovigilance, donc la sensibilisation au sein des comités, donc des comités hospitaliers, les commissions régionales des médicaments. Next slide, please. Donc, quelques recommandations. Donc, le partenaire, can you go back? Thanks. Les partenaires donc techniques, donc amélioration du partenariat, que ce soit technique et financier, afin de soutenir la pharmacovigilance de façon continue et non pas périodique, après des campagnes de sensibilisation, la prise en charge des protocoles de recherche, faciliter l'intégration de pharmacovigilance dans les programmes et principalement appuyer la formation des agents de santé dans les divers établissements maliens parce que ça reste un atout majeur dans la contribution et la sensibilisation sur le reporting des événements indésirables. Next, please. Alors, l'État malien ou le département de pharmacovigilance cherche également une recommandation, donc un partenariat ou un engagement donc des industries pharmaceutiques afin de créer un cadre de collaboration avec le service, les impliquer également ce service dans les essais cliniques, partager les notifications des événements indésirables dans le cadre des études, appuyer le service à être plus performant. Donc, on voit que le département, il est ouvert à toute proposition, donc et éventuellement une collaboration afin d'augmenter la sensibilisation et améliorer la pharmacovigilance. Pourquoi pas la mise en place d'une journée nationale de pharmacovigilance au Mali, toujours afin de lutter également contre la contrefaçon des médicaments dans le pays. Next, please. En conclusion, donc on trouve que la pharmacovigilance au Mali, il s'agit d'une activité de routine et les notifications ne doivent pas se faire lors des campagnes uniquement, mais tous les programmes de santé doivent intégrer les activités de pharmacovigilance, d'où l'importance donc d'une sensibilisation parce que la pharmacovigilance elle a toujours reste un atout majeur, surtout lors de la détection d'événements indésirables qui peuvent être suspectés ou liés à un médicament contrefait. Donc ici, on suscite donc la sensibilisation parce que si le département de pharmacovigilance manque de ressources, que ce soit financières ou matérielles ou même des exigences réglementaires, la suspicion de liaison d'un effet indésirable lié à un produit contrefait reste donc faible ou même minime, qui représente malheureusement un atout et un risque de santé publique parce qu'on ne peut pas savoir l'incidence de la génération de ces événements ou également contribuer à une sensibilisation sur l'existence d'un tel produit contrefait au Mali et afin de contourner à ces marchés, disons, parallèles. Voilà, donc je vous remercie de cette présentation. Encore merci à Dr Diakalia d'avoir partagé sa présentation avec moi. Je suis très honorée de la partager avec vous. J'espère que vous avez réussi à faire la présentation. Et j'attends si vous avez des questions donc, de l'audience. Des questions? Any questions, please feel free. Even if you would like to raise your questions in English. Donc, des questions? Any questions? Ok. Bon, moi, malheureusement, j'ai beaucoup de questions. Mais voilà, peut-être on aura l'occasion donc dans une autre session donc de savoir donc également de répondre à ces questions. Je vous invite maintenant, donc j'invite également donc maintenant dans le panel de discussion donc Dr Aliou et notre invité d'honneur. On a avec nous donc qui va nous rejoindre aujourd'hui Dr Nesrine Fraoui, qui est chargée donc de la sous-direction de la vigilance en Algérie. Donc la direction de la vigilance fait partie de la direction de la veille technique des inspections et vigilances au sein de l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques. Donc, voilà, je vous invite à rejoindre le panel de discussion. Bonjour, Dr Nassi, c'est un plaisir de vous avoir avec nous aujourd'hui, très honoré de votre présence. On voudrait profiter donc de cette occasion afin de poser nos questions et voir qu'en est-il donc de la réglementation et de l'impact, donc l'importance de la pharmacovigilance dans la lutte contre la contrefaçon. Docteur Aliou également. Un petit résumé donc sur votre présentation et voilà quelques questions donc afin et partager donc vos expériences ensemble. Alors je vous ai posé tout à l'heure une question sur le chiffre donc sur la contrefaçon qui est éventuellement détectée donc par le département de pharmacovigilance. Je souhaite également poser donc la même question à Dr Nesrine, et si ce serait possible d'avoir une idée sur les chiffres de la contrefaçon et qu'en est-il également donc de la contrefaçon donc en Algérie. Voilà, merci.
D'accord. D'accord. Donc, bonjour, docteur Hella, et je suis également très honorée d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Donc, pour les chiffres qui ont été détectés en Algérie, nous avons détecté qu'un seul cas de produits pharmaceutiques contrefaits en 2023. Donc, il y a un chiffre très bas. Donc, ce cas, nous l'avons déclaré à l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. En effet, donc l'Algérie a pris part en novembre 2022 à la réunion de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé pour les produits contrefaits de qualité inférieure. Et nous sommes actuellement donc un point focal auprès de l'OMS pour ces produits contrefaits et de qualité inférieure. Voilà.
Merci beaucoup. On voit qu'il y a une collaboration donc étroite à une échelle internationale donc de lutte contre la contrefaçon. Donc une question donc pour docteur Aliou. Qu'en est-il des implications du département de la pharmacovigilance dans la lutte contre la contrefaçon? Et quel est le rôle donc du département de pharmacovigilance dans la convention Médicrine? Vous avez évoqué donc dans votre présentation la convention Médicrine. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir donc une petite description donc sur cette convention et c'est l'implication donc du département, que ce soit dans cette convention ou dans la lutte donc contre la contrefaçon d'une façon générale?
Oui, donc, comme dit précédemment, la division, donc, ou bien le département de la pharmacovigilance, donc, que ce soit au Sénégal ou bien dans tous les autres organisations où nous sommes affiliés, donc, plus chargé, donc, ou bien s'active plus dans les activités donc, qui sont relatives à la détection, à l'évaluation à la compréhension également et à la prévention donc des effets indésirables qui sont liés tout bonnement aux produits bien homologués qu'aux produits contrefaits également. Donc, c'est principalement donc la prévention et donc surtout la compréhension de ces effets lorsqu'ils surviennent avec le comité national de pharmacovigilance principalement. Et donc, ce sont les principaux activités qu'ils mènent dans ce comité. Donc, la convention Medicrime, donc, c'est une convention donc inter-État donc qui œuvre donc dans la lutte contre les faux médicaments. Et le Sénégal a été donc assisté maintenant. Ils ont ratifié la convention et ils font partie donc intégrante des pays donc qui sont régis donc par cette convention. En gros, c'est ce que les éléments de réponse donc qu'on pouvait apporter sur cette convention médicale et l'implication donc du département de la pharmacovigilance dans la lutte contre aux médicaments. Merci.
Merci beaucoup donc pour cette réponse. D'où l'importance donc d'une interaction donc avec des partenaires ou des associations toujours afin d'être à jour sur l'existence d'un produit contrefait, que ce soit sur le marché national ou international. Mais là, la question que je me pose, c'est existe-t-il une stratégie qui est souhaitée donc par les autorités vis-à-vis des laboratoires pharmaceutiques et à l'égard des produits contrefaits? Je donne un petit exemple. Lorsqu'un laboratoire détecte un effet indésirable de son produit, mais après investigation, il s'avère qu'il s'agissait d'une contrefaçon. Donc, cette contrefaçon peut avoir existé que ce soit sur le territoire du Sénégal ou sur un territoire étranger. Alors, quelle est la stratégie souhaitée donc vis-à-vis donc de cette notification donc de cet événement qui a été généré suite à une contrefaçon, que ce soit au niveau quand cet événement il apparaît donc au Sénégal ou ailleurs?
Donc, ce qui souhaitait, donc, on l'a évoqué tantôt, donc, toujours dans la soumission donc, de leur dossier de demande d'AMM, ils mettent en place donc, un plan de gestion des risques. Ces risques dont vous évoquez en font partie. Et donc, une fois qu'il y a la détection donc, de ces événements donc, qui sont liés aux produits de qualité inférieure, il est demandé donc à ce titulaire d'AMM donc de le notifier au Sénégal, de donner les caractéristiques donc et les détails du produit suspecté également. Par exemple, est-ce que c'est telle spécialité a été contrefaite et voici les événements qui ont découlé de ce produit contrefait pour que également on puisse savoir donc si nous dans notre territoire, nous avons eu des effets indésirables pareils, donc qui ont été liés à un produit, qui ont été liés au produit qui est en question, et de savoir donc après est-ce que c'est un produit qui a été falsifié ou non. Et donc toujours dans le même sillage, à chaque fois qu'on a ces effets indésirables, les produits concernés sont contrôlés et ceci nous permet de savoir est-ce que oui ou non c'est des produits de qualité bien normés ou bien des produits donc contrefaits. Mais toujours pour revenir à votre question, donc ces laboratoires sont tenus de notifier ça. Et donc avec cette notification, il y a tous les détails qu'ils mettent, donc qui étaient préalablement donc proposés dans leur plan de gestion des risques. Et ceci donc permet à l'autorité réglementaire donc en se basant sur ce rapport fourni par le titulaire de l'AMM, donc d'investiguer, de savoir réellement est-ce que ce produit qui est contrefait et qui a été retrouvé ailleurs, est-ce qu'il est dans notre pays? Et si c'est dans notre pays également, de prendre les dispositions légales. Mais c'est en gros le plan de gestion des risques qu'on lui demande de soumettre, même avant que ça survienne, donc lors de l'homologation. Merci.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup. Donc, si je pose la même question, donc, mais d'une autre manière à Dr Nesrine, on souhaite avoir donc les moyens mis en place donc par le département de vigilance de l'ANPP pour lutter contre la contrefaçon. Existe-t-il donc des luttes que ce soit à une échelle nationale ou même voire internationale?
D'accord. Donc, pour les moyens qui ont été mis en place par l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques, pardon, donc ce sont des moyens d'ordre réglementaire surtout. Donc, en effet, des contrôles réguliers et systématiques sont effectués par l'agence sur tous les produits importés. Et ces produits-là doivent faire l'objet d'une libération de l'eau par les services concernés de l'agence. Et de plus, nous sommes en étroite collaboration avec les différents services de sécurité intérieure, donc notamment la gendarmerie nationale, les douanes et la police judiciaire.
D'accord, donc il s'agit d'une étroite collaboration. Ça, c'est très intéressant donc de savoir l'implication donc de l'ANPP avec les divers départements et ou établissements donc concernés dans le circuit, tout le circuit de distribution donc du médicament en Algérie. Je sais par mes connaissances, donc en tant que responsable de pharmacovigilance, je sais que la réglementation donc en Algérie, elle est très stricte et limite la contrefaçon. Certes, avec la mondialisation, je dirais, et avec Internet, certains circuits, à mon sens, peuvent toujours échapper à cette réglementation ou à ce circuit qui est vraiment où la surveillance elle est très très étroite. Et on peut voir que ce soit des ventes en ligne, donc l'existence par exemple d'un produit sur un tel territoire peut être rapporté par, je dis peut-être un ami ou une tierce personne sans pour autant être conscient d'une éventuelle contrefaçon. Donc la question que je me pose ici est de savoir s'il existe un système de veille sanitaire par le département de la vigilance qui permet de lutter de façon continue contre la contrefaçon. Est-ce que vous atteignez directement donc le patient ou vous restez limité donc sur le circuit de distribution du médicament seulement? Merci.
D'accord. Alors, tout d'abord, il faut savoir que la vente en ligne des produits pharmaceutiques est strictement interdite en Algérie. Et puis, la vente en ligne, donc, c'est une activité qui dépend du ministère du Commerce algérien. Mais l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques vient apporter son support pharmaceutique via des brigades mixtes qui ont été créées, donc des brigades commerce, Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques. Voilà. Donc au niveau de notre sous-direction de la vigilance, une surveillance donc très accrue de la vente des produits pharmaceutiques en ligne est effectuée tous les jours et toute illicité détectée va être suivi par la suite d'une inspection en brigade mixte, donc commerce à ANPP, et d'une saisie aussi par les services compétents tels que la gendarmerie et la police judiciaire.
D'accord. Donc on voit donc que l'ANPP il est même impliqué donc dans la lutte ou dans la surveillance même en association donc avec la gendarmerie et la brigade. Donc c'est vraiment très important à savoir que la vigilance elle a un poids je dirais particulier et assez fort donc dans la lutte contre la contrefaçon. Existe-t-il des procédures donc, à suivre pour certains labos? La même question que j'ai posée à Dr Aliou. Stratégie souhaitée donc, par un laboratoire pharmaceutique lorsqu'il détecte un effet indésirable, mais suite à une investigation, c'était causé par un produit contrefait. Donc que ce soit donc, dans un territoire, donc dans le territoire algérien ou en dehors du territoire.
D'accord. Donc, les laboratoires pharmaceutiques sont tenus de procéder à une notification auprès du Centre national de pharmacovigilance et de matériovigilance, mais aussi auprès de l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques qui, elle, va mener les investigations d'ordre technique et réglementaire relatives donc à cette dite contrefaçon. Voilà.
Donc, la notification. Oui, allez-y, je vous en prie.
Oui, mais aussi donc les notifications se font sur un plan, c'est-à-dire régional, mais aussi international. Et l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques est destinataire d'une notification de la détection de toute contrefaçon de par le monde, par le biais de l'OMS, comme je l'ai cité précédemment. Et ça, c'est afin de préserver la protection et la préservation donc, de la chaîne de distribution.
D'accord. Y a-t-il des projets d'alliance donc de lutter contre la contrefaçon sur une échelle internationale? Donc, je pose la question à Dr Aliou et Dr Nasrine en même temps, donc afin de partager, si vous pouvez partager avec nous, donc s'il y a eu des décisions stratégiques concernant une éventuelle alliance. Donc, je cède la parole à Dr Nasrine d'abord.
D'accord. Donc, comme je l'ai cité précédemment, donc l'Algérie a pris part en novembre 2022 à la réunion de l'Organisation mondiale de la santé donc pour les produits contrefaits de qualité inférieure. Et à l'issue de cette alliance, des groupes régionaux et internationaux se sont formés et régulièrement donc, des partages se font à travers ces réseaux-là constitués pour partager toute notification ou toute détection de par le monde.
D'accord. Et qu'en est-il donc du Sénégal, Dr Aliou?
C'est presque les mêmes stratégies. Hein. Le Sénégal est engagé donc dans plusieurs directives et collaborations avec plusieurs pays, notamment donc l'initiative de l'OMS contre les médicaments qui tuent, l'OCTIM également et la Convention médicine. Nous participons également au niveau de l'UMA à tous les comités. Donc, en gros, de même également au niveau de l'OMS. Hein. Donc, le Sénégal est activement donc, dans cette collaboration et cherche toujours donc à développer également des partenariats donc, avec les États de la sous-région donc, pour renforcer sa lutte et sa prévention donc, des faits indésirables donc, en rapport avec ces médicaments falsifiés. Merci.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Dr Aliou. Il y a une question donc, des auditeurs donc, sur le plateau aujourd'hui de la part de Marwa. Je pense la question elle a posée, elle est liée donc, aux dispositifs médicaux. C'est pour Dr Nasrine qui souhaiterait savoir, donc confirmer quelles sont les exigences donc, réglementaires des dispositifs médicaux. Je pense que le topic d'aujourd'hui, Marwa, est principalement lié donc, à la contrefaçon des médicaments, mais c'est toujours bon à savoir s'il existe également un système de lutte donc, contre la contrefaçon, non seulement des médicaments, mais également des dispositifs médicaux. Est-ce que vous pouvez supporter sur ce point, Dr Nasrine?
Oui, en effet, donc au niveau de la sous-direction de la vigilance, donc nous nous occupons aussi bien des produits pharmaceutiques médicaments, mais aussi des dispositifs médicaux. Donc ils sont soumis à la même réglementation que les médicaments.
D'accord. Voilà, j'espère que Dr Nasrine a répondu à votre question, donc cher Marwa. Voilà, donc je vous remercie, c'était très très riche. Je ne vois pas d'autres questions donc, qui viennent de l'audience. Donc, pour conclure donc, à cette session, voilà, ce qui est important de savoir, c'est en résumé, c'est principalement donc, l'importance de la réglementation, de l'existence d'une réglementation donc, en pharmacovigilance, qui limite toujours donc l'échappement de la contrefaçon des circuits de distribution et toujours donc lutter. Je vois également certaines alliances ou conventions donc de lutte à un niveau donc national ou même voire international. La question donc que je me pose toujours, c'est pour une meilleure Afrique, c'est une alliance à l'échelle Afrique et le partage donc d'informations, le partage d'idées, comme le cas donc de certains pays où la réglementation reste encore malheureusement pauvre pour faute que ce soit de moyens financiers ou d'implication, manque de ressources humaines. Ce qui est où le risque donc suite à cette faiblesse, on voit que le risque donc des produits de contrefaçon reste quand même important. Mais ce que je tiens à signaler, parce que j'ai fait quelques petites recherches, c'est un produit donc CNR qui m'intéresse tant. La contrefaçon ne touche pas uniquement donc les médicaments, les pays où la réglementation reste encore pauvre, mais c'est un fléau donc mondial qui touche que ce soit donc les pays en voie de développement également. Donc quelques données donc via l'OMS. Donc 1% donc de contrefaçon dans les pays développés et donc malheureusement jusqu'à 30% donc sur les marchés africains et comme on a vu donc le cas de la présentation de Mali où la réglementation reste encore assez donc peu développée, ce qui représente donc un facteur qui explique donc l'importance de ce phénomène. Donc l'absence ou la faiblesse de législation, de contrôle, ou voire des problèmes d'accès donc aux médicaments, ou certaines attitudes donc gouvernementales ou une manque de sensibilisation sur l'existence éventuelle d'un marché parallèle, d'une lutte contre la contrefaçon. Voilà, tout ça c'est toujours dans le cadre, on parle toujours d'intérêt patient, sécurité du patient, afin d'avoir le bon produit au bon moment. Voilà, la contrefaçon, elle a plusieurs, donc il y a plusieurs types de produits contrefaçons. On parle également de produits falsifiés, produits inefficaces où certains médicaments peuvent être moins chers, mais malheureusement, donc la principale substance active reste inexistante, donc d'où un produit inefficace. Donc, sensibilisation même pour le patient qu'il faut toujours se référer donc au circuit de distribution standard et réglementé, ne pas concourir donc se recourir à des marchés donc parallèles par faute de moyens donc de se procurer un médicament parce que ça reste toujours un intérêt donc pour le rétablissement de santé. Voilà. C'est difficile, reste malheureusement, d'avoir les aires thérapeutiques qui sont touchées principalement par la contrefaçon et la contrefaçon qui a généré donc des cas graves et quelles sont les aires thérapeutiques touchées. Mais l'importance donc du rôle de l'État, du département de pharmacovigilance, c'est toujours de lutter, quel que soit donc l'aire thérapeutique, quel que soit donc le marché, donc toujours c'est intérêt patient, quelle que soit la pathologie. Merci beaucoup, Dr Nesrine, Dr Aliou. Est-ce que vous avez des idées à partager donc entre le Sénégal et l'Algérie, toujours contribution donc pour une meilleure Afrique, pour une meilleure santé du patient, non seulement donc dans votre territoire, mais également donc dans l'Afrique et pourquoi pas le monde entier.
Oui, bien sûr. Donc, nous allons rester en contact pour travailler sur d'éventuels projets d'alliance africains.
Merci.
Absolument. Oui, donc dans le futur, c'est sûr, nous aurons cette collaboration, et d'autant plus que le Sénégal donc est en phase donc d'atteindre le niveau de maturité 3. Et donc c'est sûr et certain que, Inch'Allah, nous aurons cette collaboration et elle sera très fructueuse.
Merci beaucoup l'équipe. C'était un grand honneur et un grand plaisir donc d'être modératrice de cette session aujourd'hui, de partager avec vous donc vos expériences, donc vos connaissances. Certains laboratoires donc pharmaceutiques ou membres des laboratoires qui sont avec nous aujourd'hui sauront la démarche à suivre lors de la détection donc d'un événement indésirable lié à une contrefaçon. Une stratégie, que ce soit des actions à mettre en place, les collaborations avec les autorités. Voilà, un petit rappel sur où contacter donc les départements concernés si jamais une suspicion donc d'un événement suite à une contrefaçon, s'il vous plaît.
Alors, pour l'Agence nationale des produits pharmaceutiques, nous avons un site où il y a les différentes coordonnées pour pouvoir nous contacter.
Pour le Sénégal, c'est le cas. Nous avons le site de l'autorité de réglementation pharmaceutique qui est art.sn et toutes les informations et les publications dans ce sens sont toujours envoyées également à la plateforme à travers laquelle ils pourront contacter l'autorité de réglementation pharmaceutique. Merci.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup d'avoir participé. Encore une fois, très honorée. Donc, cette session, donc, j'espère que, chers auditeurs, que vous avez donc élargi vos connaissances aujourd'hui sur la contrefaçon donc en Afrique et sur l'importance de réglementation et sur l'implication également des titulaires de l'AMM lorsqu'on détecte donc un produit donc qui est contrefait, qu'un événement n'est pas lié directement donc à vos produits. Donc avant de faire la pause café donc et passer donc à la session suivante, je souhaite donc introduire donc Dr Hazel Bradley. Je vais switcher en anglais, je suis trilingue. Donc, afin de présenter Dr Hazel, qui va donc animer la prochaine session, donc qui est liée autour de l'harmonisation de la pharmacovigilance. Quelles sont les étapes donc régionales donc à suivre. Donc, if I can introduce Dr Hazel Bradley, she's a senior researcher. Graduated from University of Western Cape in South Africa. She led the establishment of the area of specialization in pharmaceutical public health at the school, and in collaboration with other colleagues from SOF, not sure of SOF, that means the School of Pharmacy, and Dr. Rafael Arrieto, the Institute of Tropical Medicine. This developing area of specialization include short courses, online modules, and research portfolio. This is very interesting to know. How the researching is collaborating. To the improvement of the process. Dr. Hazel's research interests include pharmaceutical human resources, using weather system approach to improve medicine quality, use and supply in pharmaceutical public health education. She also supervises several PhD and master's students in South Africa and other sub-Saharan countries. Dr. Hazel has contributed to several global reports for the International Pharmacy Federation, the FIP, and the World Health Organization. She has also provided academic support to masters in short courses for the University of Rwanda, the Regional Center of Excellence in Vaccines, Immunization, and Health Supply Chain Management at the Pan American Health Organization. Currently, Dr. Hazel is leading an EDCTP project. This is a European funded on strengthening pharmacovigilance and regulatory capacities in 4 Southern African countries. in projects funded by Wellcome and the International Center for Antimicrobial Resistance Solution to develop guidelines for tracking AMR using weather-responsive dialogues. Please welcome me, Dr. Hazel. You have, I think, you have a break, and there will be the opportunities to moderate this session, an interesting session, and I'm leaving the floor to you, Dr. Hazel, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to go on a coffee break quickly first. Thank you very much, Hella, for your beautiful introduction to Hazel. But if we can go to coffee break so we can switch over to French, because I think the poor French guy speaking, English guy speaking French now, the other way around. So we'll have a coffee break. Everybody have a cup of tea. And then we'll be back for a very interesting session and the Sparks project. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the break.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Am I on? Hello, welcome everyone back from coffee, and we're moving now into the third session. This is going to be in English, but there is French translation, and for while you listen, you can hear in French, and you're also able to ask your questions in French, and they will also be translated for you. We're going to start this session with a presentation and a panel discussion from a project called Sparks, and I'm going to tell you more about that with my colleagues in a few minutes, and then I'll hand over for the rest of the session to another presenter. Just trying to how do I get my slide? There we are. Thank you. I'd like to start off by introducing myself briefly. I was introduced at length at the end of the last session, but just to remind those of you who may not have joined, my name's Hazel Bradley. I'm from the University of the Western Cape in South Africa, and I'm a senior researcher and lecturer at the School of Public Health here, and have been involved over the last few years developing the area of pharmaceutical public health in areas of education, courses, and also in research. I'd just like to introduce the other panelists who will be part of this presentation this morning. The first is Frida Shigweda. Frida is a medicines and information safety pharmacist at the Therapeutic Information and Pharmacovigilance Center in Namibia. She's worked at the center since 2020 and has experience from the private sector in regulatory affairs and production before she moved to work at the Pharmacovigilance Center. The second panelist is Mukesh Deda, and Mukesh is Director of Pharmacovigilance Center at the for Public Health Programs based at the National Department of Health in South Africa. Mukesh has more than 20 years experience in both pharmacovigilance, regulatory affairs and public health, and has been very much involved in research and training initiatives across South Africa. The third panelist is Liberty Chirinda. Liberty is a Chief Regulatory Officer at the Pharmacovigilance and Clinical Trials Division in the Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe. And Liberty, again, comes with an extensive experience, over 10 years in the area of pharmacovigilance activities, clinical trials oversight, medicines regulatory affairs, and he's been involved in quite a lot of initiatives, both in Zimbabwe and regionally and internationally. And so we're really looking forward to them sharing their experiences through the presentation and also through the questions at the end. The fourth panelist, unfortunately, is from Eswatini, is not able to be with us today, so he sends his apologies. So I don't think I need to give much of a background to this particular audience, but I just wanted to start off really with a quotation from the Director General at WHO. Access to safe and effective medical coverage is essential to WHO goals. There is no health security without access to quality medicines. And I think those of us who are here listening to these presentations and part of this this summit really have this as, you know, as our goals, ensuring access to quality medicines and vaccines for those of us who live in Africa in particular. And as I say, I'm not going to go through the background in detail here because of the audience, but I think I just want to say that, you know, although great steps are being made in the area of regulatory affairs and pharmacovigilance across sub-Saharan Africa, in general, the systems are still weak, and there are, you know, quite a few gaps that need to be filled. And really, this was the starting point for this particular project that we're going to share with you this morning. So strengthening pharmacovigilance and regulatory capacities in 4 Southern African countries, Sparks. So it was an EDCDP-funded project, which actually just ended yesterday. The 31st of October was our final official day. A 3.5-year project with the aim of strengthening pharmacovigilance systems and clinical trials oversight of national regulatory authorities in Namibia, South Africa, Eswatini, and Zimbabwe. So there were 4 countries that were part of this initiative. And here you can see the Sparks team. The team was led by a group from the University of the Western Cape, myself from the School of Public Health. I am a pharmacist, but from the School of Public Health now, and 2 colleagues from the School of Pharmacy, Michelle Viljoen and Star Koza. And then 1 partner from each of the 4 countries that were part of the project. Nomsa Shwange from Eswatini, Anna Shimbulu from Namibia, who has now been replaced by Frida Shigweda, who will be speaking this morning. And then 2 colleagues from South Africa and Zimbabwe, who I've already introduced you to, Mukesh and Liberty. So what were the project objectives? So we had 3 main objectives in the project. The first one was to understand the regulatory systems as they relate to pharmacovigilance and clinical trials oversight in 4 Southern African countries. And we were going to do this through identification of actors, processes, communication pathways, good practices, gaps and opportunities for collaborative learning. That was our first objective. The second objective was to strengthen pharmacovigilance and clinical trials oversight through the 4 national regulatory authorities, and in particular through collaboration and networking. And the third objective was to raise the profile of the national regulatory authorities and PV systems in the 4 countries through capacity building of relevant health professionals. So this particular project used a participatory action learning approach. And some of the key features of this are that partners together, the 4 partners and the university together identified shared goals and participated in shared learning activities. And the idea was that we would establish a community of practice that would be sustained beyond organizational barriers and hopefully beyond the end of the project. And it was really premised on the benefits of long-term engagements that would be beneficial rather than having sort of short-term sort of like 3-year projects, but building on building a greater capacity over the time. And the actual project was built on existing relationships between partners and participating institutions. And this really helped us to establish a sort of supportive and partnership. It really helped us, particularly at the beginning when we weren't able to have our inaugural sort of meeting because of COVID. The sort of relationships we had and the starting point really of knowing each other to some extent really helped. So Sparks was divided into 3 phases, and we're going to take you through the phases now. The first phase lasted over the first year of the project, and the second 2 phases, which will be presented by the other partners who are part of the presentations this morning, they occurred concurrently. So phases 2 and 3 occurred concurrently throughout the second 2.5 years of the project. So each phase was led by a partner from UWC and a partner from 1 or 2 of the other countries. So the first phase really looked at mapping out the picture of the current PV systems in the 4 countries. And it used this, and we used sort of various, we'd hoped to meet in person, but we couldn't. So we used sort of various emails and online sort of tools to actually build that picture. And we used that to identify areas of good practice, success stories, capacity building initiatives, and challenges and gaps throughout the countries. And this helped then feed, we use this information to actually feed into, say, phases 2 and 3. So after the participatory online workshops that we had, we produced a synthesized workshop report and then fed the information into phases 2 and 3. I'm now going to hand over to Liberty and Frida to take you through the 2 slides that talk about phase 2. So it's now over to Liberty.
Thank you, Hazel. Good day, everyone. So I'll take us through phase 2 of the SPARKS project. So as Hazel has already indicated, this is a participatory learning approach that we employed in this project. So for phase 2, we had 2 focus areas. The first focus area was on pharmacovigilance, and then the second focus area was on clinical trials. So I'll take us through the first part of the first focus area before I hand over to Frida. So the first focus area, as I indicated, was on pharmacovigilance. So this was strengthening pharmacovigilance systems to increase spontaneous reporting in the participating countries. So as already indicated by Hazel, this was at the peak of the COVID pandemic, and due to travel restrictions during that time, we could not hold in-person workshops. So we then resorted to having virtual workshops. So we had a series of 3 interactive virtual workshops from October to November 2021. So each workshop was 2 hours long, and each had a specific theme aligned to it. So the first workshop had a theme advocacy and communication of pharmacovigilance. The second one had a theme patient or consumer ADR reporting plus e-reporting of ADRs. And the third workshop looked at using country level pharmacovigilance data to make regulatory decisions. So each workshop was attended by the project partners that Hazel has introduced, as well as invited participants from neighboring countries and other EDCTP projects who had expressed interest in participating in this workshop. So overall, we had good interaction in these 3 interactive sessions where each country benefited immensely from sharing ideas from the invited partners as well as the participating countries. So I'll then hand over to my colleague Frida. Frida will then talk about the second part of the first focus area, which was the in-person workshops. So over to you, Frida.
We don't seem to hear Frida, so maybe if she's not able, she's coming up now, is she?
Am I audible now?
Yes. Continue.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so as I was just actually thanking you for laying the foundation, Hazel, and Liberty, and I will basically build on what you've said. So as indicated, we did manage to have some face-to-face engagements, one of which was a pharmacovigilance workshop, a 2-day workshop that was hosted in Namibia in Windhoek, and it took place in July. So again, the project involved the main 4 countries under the SPARKS project, and the theme of the workshop was PV system strengthening. And essentially the workshop objectives looked at sharing experiences of PV system strengthening activities within the 4 countries underneath the SPARKS project. And then also for each country within SPARKS to provide basically an update on the activities that they've implemented as part or as a result of being part of the SPARKS project. And then the second day of the workshop was determined or focused rather on looking at discussing what future PV and clinical trial projects are then established or then can then be implemented as a result of SPARKS. And then also the day 3 and 4 of the workshop or of the visit to Namibia was also dedicated to having some mutual learning exchange visits to some of the relevant parties within Namibia whom we wanted to engage for pharmacovigilance. So apart from the 4 countries that joined the workshop, we had then also invited partner organizations because for PV system strengthening, we needed to look at, apart from just the 4 countries, the national regulatory authorities, what other relevant organizations can we then rope in to play a role in strengthening the existing systems for pharmacovigilance. So we invited some partner organizations that are locally within the country. We then also invited the academic institutions, seeing that pharmacovigilance forms a very a key component of the curriculum that is especially taught to pharmacy students. And then we also had guest countries that we invited to see, apart from the 4 countries, what are other countries within the setting doing, or what are other NRAs exactly doing, involved in pertaining to strengthening systems, strengthening. So we had invited our sister country NRAs from Zambia as well as Mozambique, and then we also had a representative from SAPRA as well. So this was basically essentially the workshop itself. And then the site visits that we had were dedicated to visiting certain facilities within country to see what activities are happening on the ground. So one of them was one of the main state referral hospitals in Windhoek and in Namibia as well, which is Katutura State Hospital. And we basically visited their pharmacy staff and engaged with them and found out exactly what have they implemented in the hospital setting to improve on patient reporting of adverse drug reactions. And they really gave us some insight as to how they've made sure that there are more adverse drug reaction reports in the consulting room for the prescribers, and then also how they are conducting in-house training to the staff and the larger healthcare fraternity, not only for the pharmacists, but as well as the nurses and the doctors, etc. And then another visit was also to one of the local pharmaceutical manufacturing authorization holders to see what their role is as a supplier of medicines for the Namibian market. They bring in the medicines, but do they also then have a system in place to see exactly how patients are reacting? Do they have some reporting lines that they've established, especially between the retail pharmacists to whom they supply medicine? So it was also quite fruitful to see that the private sector is very much involved in strengthening pharmacovigilance within their sphere of influence. And then last but not least, the site exchange team that also had the privilege to attend a meeting by a technical working group that has been established for the active drug surveillance monitoring of the newer HIV and TB drugs. So this active which is basically shortened as ADSM, is a technical working group comprised of various stakeholders. And the team was able to sit in on the meeting and then just hear exactly what this technical group does and what their functions are. And also they learned that this technical working group is also actively running an active surveillance project in the country, whereby they are monitoring the patients that have been transitioned from the older TB and HIV medicines to the newer medicine regimen, such as delambanide, bedaquiline, the TUF, as well as the DTG. So essentially, that was the 2-day workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida. Over to you, Liberty. I think we may have to move a little bit quicker for the next couple of slides. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Hazel. So I think if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about the second focus area of our phase 2. So the second focus area was on clinical trials. So the theme of the activities under this focus area was increasing collaboration of the National Medicines Regulatory Authority activities, as well as the National Ethics Committees in clinical trials oversight. So under this focus area, we had 2 main activities. So there was a clinical trials oversight workshop, which was conducted in Victoria Falls from the 10th to the 12th of October 2022, which was followed by an exchange visit in Harare on the 13th and 14th of October. So the workshop was attended by the project partners, as well as 2 other professionals from other invited countries, where we had a participant from Botswana, who was from the Botswana Medicines Regulatory Agency, as well as participants from South Africa, who were also there to provide their insight. So in the workshop, since the focus was on increasing collaboration between the ethics committees and the medicines regulatory agencies, there were presentations and discussions along the specific activities related to this collaboration. And then we had views from the different countries on the different approaches that each country used in terms of clinical trials oversight and how the ethics committees and the medicines regulators in those countries worked together to achieve the common purpose in the oversight of clinical trials. And then the second activity was then the exchange visit, which was conducted soon after the workshop, 2 days after the workshop in Harare. So for the exchange visit, there was now a practical demonstration of some of the collaboration that had been discussed at the workshop, where we had a joint GCP inspection. So this GCP inspection was conducted by the Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe, which is the NRA, and the National Ethics Committee, which is the Medical Research Council of Zimbabwe. So the GCP inspectors from both the NRA and the ethics committees were involved in the inspection, and then we had the partner countries involved also going to the inspection as observers, so that they could actually participate and witness this collaboration that had been discussed at the workshop. And in summary, that was the second activity under this focus area, where the GCP inspection of a currently running clinical trial, which I'll not name, was conducted. And then we had all the usual processes in terms of the inspections, the pre-inspections, the actual conduct of the inspection, and then the reports written after the inspection. And all the participating countries had a chance to provide input and also learn from this collaboration. Thank you. Back to you, Hazel.
Thank you, Liberty. And now over to Mukesh, who's going to speak to phase 3 of the project.
Okay, and this was one of the most interactive and rewarding part of this project. It was led by myself and Michelle. We chose a target group of the community healthcare workers, and the reason being they're becoming a representative force in the health industry. They are large numbers, and they have close contact to the population and the people on the ground level. Furthermore, is that what we found that there's a sparsity of material for training community healthcare workers. And so we embarked on using the target group as healthcare workers. And what we did is we started off to deciding which media would be the best to present this. And we found that a PowerPoint would be the best, especially if we take into account areas where there's low connectivity. So once that was done, we drafted a presentation, we ran through our committees, and afterwards we enlisted the help of an NGO, TB HIV Care, and we ran through the presentation, we changed parts of the presentations on suggestions made. After the presentation was done, we developed other training materials that go with the presentation, which was role plays, etc. And then we piloted the presentation and the training session with 10 healthcare workers, which were also from an NGO who helped us get it off the ground. What we learned from that, we made changes to those, both the training material and the presentation, and then we ran a similar process in Namibia in February and Eswatini in August. And what we have here is the final product from all the learnings from these sessions. So we have here, as you can see, training materials, which is a PowerPoint presentation, and a booklet that goes how to present and what to do, that will guide you through the presentation. The presentation is very adaptable, so anyone who wants to use it can use it. If they require, they would just require to mention the source. And also there's a link here on the page that will take you directly to the training material. From my side, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. Yes, we are very pleased to make these training materials and the training manual available to others who would like to use it and adapt it for their settings, and they are available, as Mukesh said, through the links. So we had a number of outputs over the years, and I think we've just highlighted the training materials, but obviously we also had the reports from the workshops, and they were very useful to actually compile these together and have them as achievements from our 3.5-year engagement. So just briefly, the reflections of learnings. We really found it was a great opportunity for the project, really provided a great opportunity to network and learn together. And as you've heard through the work that we've shared, it was very much a sharing of learning together. And that was really, part of the strengths and part of the vision, but also part of what we achieved. And then just move to the second slide, talking about future possibilities. We would like to continue this type of engagement and way of learning. We're hoping that there will be some opportunities we can't share with you directly now, but we hope there will be some opportunities for what we call Sparks 2 to take forward in some way with these 4 countries, but also engaging with other countries. We also see that there's opportunities. We'd like to take opportunities to actually feed in our learning and our working with other existing forums that are in our region, particularly Zazivona, SADC, and the AMA going forward as well. So we are really hoping that we will be able to take this forward to the next stage going forward. Sorry, there's not much time for questions, but I didn't really actually. And this is the countries and that were involved in the project. As I've mentioned before, Eswatini, Namibia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and then the University of the Western Cape from South Africa. So I don't know if there is any questions for the panel. Sorry, we've just gone on a bit long with the presentation. Okay, we haven't had any questions. We've got a couple of minutes. If there aren't any particular questions, maybe I could just myself just ask the panel just to briefly, maybe each person briefly just say, what do you think was the main benefit of Sparks of our Sparks project for your work in your area of work in pharmacovigilance in your country? So maybe I can just ask each one to give a sentence, and I think we'll probably have wrapped up our time by then. Who'd like to start off?
I could start, Hazel.
Thank you, Liberty.
Thank you, Hazel. I think we've learned a lot from this project. We've benefited a lot. But if I were to just come up with one thing that I could highlight, I think it's the collaboration that we benefited from, the networking with the partner countries. Now we have colleagues who we can talk to, we can discuss ideas in the different countries. If I have any pharmacovigilance issue, any clinical trial issue that I need to discuss, if I need their opinions, I know Frida is just a text message away. So it's actually faster. You get more work done. It's more productive because we now know each other on a more personal level, and it helps now even when we want to build up in terms of our collaboration, in terms of harmonization in the region, and even in the continent as a whole, because we are already familiar with each other's work. We already know how the systems in the different countries work, and I think it would be easier going forward to harness that collaboration and networking that we've built in this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Liberty. Frida, do you want to speak next?
Yeah, I can just go after Liberty to say that definitely the harmonization has been very valuable for Namibia. I think until you're actually functioning within the team, you do not realize the assistance and how much you can benefit from, especially the common regulators within one region. It has truly been helpful. Like Liberty says, we're just a call or a text away, and now you know what exactly you can adapt and you don't have to struggle on your own. I think specifically for Namibia, what we've also learned is the inclusivity and the role that we need to actually cement in PV of the community health workers. A lot of the times as healthcare professionals or as academicians or whatsoever, we really exclude the role that they play in
getting the information out of the patients that we are not able to engage with on that level. So us now including them in many of our PV activities is just a stepping stone for us to ensure that everybody within the cycle of pharmacovigilance is involved, especially the end user of the medications on the market, which is the patient. So we really cannot do anything if it's not for the patient and also including the patient. So from my side, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukesh.
Yes, no, I would completely agree with the two speakers. I think the harmonization was the most important thing, and it was done in such a manner that we became very close to each other. And I think if you look at pharmacovigilance, basically we are all more or less on the same page, and pulling our forces together, I think it's the next stage. And I think for us it would be this was just a testing stage, but I think if we could include more countries, especially neighboring countries, that would be a very important step where we can actually harmonize the whole region and we can standardize procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mukesh. Yes, I think we certainly benefited from having, you know, a range of different countries that were in different stages of development regarding their PV systems. Some that were more established, some bigger countries, and then some smaller countries as well. So we definitely found that sharing was helpful, and we all learned from each other. You know, it wasn't just the bigger countries giving their input, but we all learned from that. There was specific lessons we could learn from some of the smaller and newer PV centers as well. So that was also very very helpful. I think we've ended our half an hour, so I'd like to thank Liberty, Frida, and Mukesh for presenting on behalf of the partners, Sparks partners. And like to hand over to the next moderator, Dr. Rania Ali, who will take on the moderation of the next session, which is ECOWAS PV harmonization strategy and the platform for its support. So thank you very much from the Sparks project, and over to Dr. Ali. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hazel, for your introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be with you today in the PV Afri Summit, and I would like to welcome you all to today's session on the ECOWAS PV harmonization strategy. We will start the session with our speaker, Dr. Sahr Emmanuel. Dr. Sahr is the head of Complementary and Alternative Medicines Department, Pharmacy Board of Sierra Leone. He also holds the position of the chairman for the Working Group on Information Management System to the WHO World Bank WHO Medicines Regulation Harmonization Project for West Africa since 2022. Besides his role as a member of the Technical Working Group on Traditional Medicine Sierra Leone. Dr. Sahr holds a Doctor of Pharmacy degree from the University of Benin and Masters of Science Public Health from Nijala University. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Sahr, who is going to take us through his presentation about the West Africa Health Organization Medicines Regulation Harmonization Project. Dr. Sahr, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Sahr. We're very happy to have you with us today. Let's leave our mics on, not on mute. So please make sure your mics are on while you're on stage. Thank you so much and have a lovely session.
Yes, are you getting me?
Yes, Dr. Sahr, we can hear you. Yes.
So they are going to load the presentation. I've sent it already.
Sure.
We can start.
We've just got a small technical difficulty. We're just loading the presentation. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. As you can see from the slide, I am Dr. Sir Emmanuel Bomo. I work for the Pharmacy Board Australium, in charge of the Complementary and Alternative Medicines Department. I'm also the chairperson for the Information Management System Technical Working Group for the West African Health Organization Medicines Regulation Harmonization Project. So this is a presentation. Let's go to the content. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. So from the table of the contents, I will do a brief introduction on the harmonization initiative of WAU. Then I will discuss, give you a brief update on our Information Management System Technical Working Group, the major achievements of the Technical Working Group, our future plans, the challenges, then I will conclude. Next slide. The West African Health Organization launched the West African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Project in 2017 with the main objective of ensuring the availability of high-quality, safe, and effective medicines and vaccines within the 15 member countries of the Economic West Africa Zone. Next slide. Other specific objective were to improve on regional coordination and capacity building for the various medicines regulatory agencies. As you may be aware, the regulatory agencies of the various countries are at the different level of maturity. Some are in an advanced stage, some are now trying to get their regulatory agencies up and running, some have been around, but they are in between. Also, as part of this project, is another objective is to do institutional development and to strengthen these regulatory agencies through the harmonization process. Next slide. Now, supporting this harmonization project, we have two major bodies working with the harmonization project. We have the steering committee, where we have all the heads of the medicines regulatory agencies in the 15 countries serving. At this level, they are responsible for taking major decisions with regards to the directions, review of the project, and what the next steps should look like, and what we need to do to further strengthen the harmonization process. Supporting the steering committee is that we have technical working group. This comprised of highly skilled and competent regulators that we are selected through a competitive process for the 15 countries in the West African Economic Zone. And the responsibility of this technical committee is to draft technical documents, to come up with the guidelines, the SOPs, and other technical documents that will support this process, and also to prescribe procedures that needs to be carried out whilst this process is being moved forward. They also provide serve as an advisory team to the steering committee for every decision that needs to be taken at steering committee level. Next slide. In 2018, 7 technical working groups we are instituted and inaugurated in Ouaga in Burkina Faso. The 7 technical working group at that time set up medicine product dossier evaluation and registration technical working group. We have another one for good manufacturing practice. There's another one for clinical trials and pharmacovigilance. Another technical group was set up for quality control, quality management system, information management, then policy, regulation, and legislation. The policy, regulation, and legislation was very key at this point in time, because we need to take a look at the legislations or the laws of the different regions as a single country. And this technical group was very important to come up with a means of providing advice to the steering committee for decisions, so that the regulatory agencies will look at their laws and in the process will support the harmonization process. Next slide. However, in 2022, 3 more technical working groups were added. Pharmacovigilance and clinical trial was split to 2. A clinical trial technical working group was set up to handle clinical trial issues separate from the pharmacovigilance technical working group. There was also the biologicals and blood product technical set up, and medical devices, another one. These ones, the biological blood product and medical devices, these are new areas of intervention or regulation by the various regulatory agencies that need further strengthening, because these are new emerging areas for which we need to develop capacity, for which the West African sub-region need a central team to be working on it and giving advice to various regulatory agencies to see how they can do the regulations of particular one. So this is a new technical group we are set up. Next slide. The information management system, currently we have 6 members drawn from various countries within the West African sub-region. The main terms of reference of this technical is to provide smart, practical, and workable IT solutions or products that can support the medicines harmonization initiative of the West African Health Organization. Next slide. Composition, as I said, they are drawn from various members, from various countries. We have from Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Ghana. So these are the people serving currently as members of this information management system. So go to the next slide. Successes. A number of achievements have been made by the information management system. They've developed an electronic version of the common technical group, the technical document that is used for the registration of pharmaceuticals. Taking this process further, they've done training for staff of the registration department as well as the IT department of the various regulatory agencies to take this process on board. I think sometime next week, sometime next week, officially this ECT will be launched by WAU, and I'm sure the rolling out process will start from that point. They've also developed a common sharing point or a web portal wherein all the documents that have been developed by the various technical working group will be stored, so that they can be made available to everybody that have interest in have access or interest in using this document in their various regulatory agencies. Next slide. We've also developed a website for the harmonization process, and we'll be able to deploy the Zoom system for holding of meetings, which is very, very cost effective. It's not at one point in time we have everybody sitting in one room getting people from different regulators to come for a meeting. With this particular setup, we're able to hold most of our meetings, do most of our documentation, finalize all the documents that we need for this harmonization process. Next slide. Next. Future plans. We want to, as our major future plan for this year, is to set up a quality management system software that can be used by the various regulatory agencies. This is a burning issue in most regulatory agencies in West Africa, because most of the work we are doing currently is paper-based. It's not electronic. Being paper-based system, the turnover time is slow. The process becomes slow. We cannot get most of the decision making process as fast as possible the way we want to do it. And it involves a lot of work. So with a QMS system software that can be used to support all the activities at any given point in time in the regulatory agency, to make the work a lot more easier. So this is one major plan we have for this year. We want to, as I said, we've developed a SharePoint. We want that SharePoint to be operationalized. We want to get it up and running so that every regulatory agency in this sub-region will have access to it, and other interested parties that have access to it will also be able to access the point and get the information and use it when necessary. Next slide. Next. So we want to do capacity building, continue to build capacity within the medicines regulatory agencies. And with respect to IT, we are aware of the fact that the medicines regulatory agencies, as I said earlier, at a different level of maturity, as well as the IT component within most of these regulatory agencies are also at different level. We have those that are well advanced, those that are not that much well advanced. those that are in between. So we intend to do capacity building for the IT, but before we do that, we need to do a needs assessment. We need to do a needs assessment of all the IT capability of the different medicines regulatory agencies, so that we can use that to develop the capacity of IT staff that will help in the process. Will help to support all medicines regulatory agency activity within the regulatory agency within the member states, including pharmacovigilance, drug registration, GMP inspections, and all of this. Then we want to take it to the next level. As I said, we've done the ECT, the electronic version of the common technical document. We want to see the registration process being done online. So as part of this, we also need to strengthen the IT. As I said, we need to do the capacity, the needs assessment to strengthen the IT setup within most of these things so that we can do our process online. Because currently in most West African country, the registration process is largely paper-based. So we need to change some of these processes to more easier and efficient way of doing, which is the electronic version of things. Next slide. Next. Despite some of these successes I've already highlighted, there are still challenges. The major one is the lack of robust information technology. I think I've alluded to that from the beginning, that will enable those tracking. Also, constraints in human resource needed to support those submission and assessment procedures within the various regulatory. This is not only for the registration process. Other aspects of the regulatory framework within most of these regulatory agencies, we need human resource. We need technical people with the necessary technical know-how and to support this process from pharmacovigilance registration down to quality control and all GMP inspections. Next slide. In concluding, this initiative, I believe, is a step in the right direction for a number of reasons. One, it will help to build the capacity of the various medicines regulatory agencies. It will also help to reduce the bureaucracy of the registration process for most pharmaceuticals. Because if we are going to do it as individual medicines regulatory agencies, the requirement will be different from one country to another. And the processes, where the timeline for achieving this registration process will also differ from one country to another. So, as part of this process, we intend to have a central pool where we can have products that can be approved centrally at the WAU level, and this product in turn will have access to all the countries within all 15 countries. At the moment it is approved at that central level, the product will go across the border and will be accepted. So the various regulatory agencies will now use the process of reliance to allow those access to those products in country. So these are the three major points I do believe in terms of conclusion for this process, and I believe this, as I said, is in the right direction. It will further strengthen our setup within the various country, and it will help us build up reliance, and products will be made available a lot more faster than it's currently operating. I would like to thank you at this point. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sahar, for your great presentation and for sharing with us your experience in the harmonization project, as well as your future plans. So thank you so much. I think we will now open the floor for our panel discussion and Q&A session, where we will be having Ms. Abena Asamoah Amokoheni joining us. So I would like to introduce Ms. Abena, who is a pharmacist by profession with a master's degree in clinical pharmacology. She has worked with the Food and Drugs Authority Ghana for over 15 years and has been involved in the safety monitoring of marketed products in Ghana. She is currently the head of the risk management unit within the safety monitoring department. She has facilitated several training workshops focused on medicine safety, and she has been instrumental in the monitoring of adverse events following immunization during the introduction of new vaccines in Ghana, and is actively involved in the campaign of engaging patients in monitoring the safety of their medicines. Abena has contributed to ensuring the pharmaceutical companies have established pharmacovigilance systems through training of the qualified persons for pharmacovigilance and conduct of good pharmacovigilance practice inspections in Ghana. Please join me in welcoming Abena to our panel discussion. Hello, Abena.
Hi, Renia.
Hello.
Good day to you.
So, Thank you. I'm just checking first if we have any questions on the chat. But it doesn't seem to be there any questions. So maybe I can start from my side. And my first question will be for you, Abena, if you can please share with us Ghana's position in view of this centralization, how you see the value and the impact of this harmonization, and maybe any challenges that you might foresee.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. And just like Dr. Sa said, with the digital platform, it will help in streamlining. It will help in streamlining regulatory processes, and that would make the system more faster and efficient during the drug registration process, reducing delays as well. And it will also help in collaboration in terms of communication amongst the member countries, and lead to international collaboration as well. And with the impact, we are hoping that this would lead to access to comprehensive and real-time data that will enable the regulatory agencies make informed and timely decisions that would help the countries or the region as a whole. And with this digital platform, it's going to enhance transparency in the regulatory process, making them more accessible to the public. And it is going to foster accountability. And with this data that we have, it can help with research purposes, helping to identify trends and contributing to the advancement of medical sciences. It's going to bring every country up to the standards that we expect it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abena, for your feedback. And Dr. Sahar, how do you think that medicines centrally made available help with the registration process of the medicines in the West Africa sub-region?
Thank you, Arena. As I said earlier in my presentation, currently every regulatory agency has its own requirements for registration of products. Few of them have taken it to the stage further of doing a process of what is called as reliance. For example, for us at the Pharmacy Board, we have an MOU that was signed between the the Pharmacy Board of Sierra Leone and the FDA Ghana. If there are products that are registered in Ghana that have gone through the due process, those products automatically will be made available to Sierra Leone if the manufacturer of that product want to get the product into Sierra Leone. But this one is on a one-to-one basis between countries. We also have the same setup for Sierra Leone and Nigeria. So if we take what the idea is to take this one at the regional level, so that we have one central agency, as for example, WAU, that will be doing the joint GMP inspections. They also will do doing the dossier evaluation, which is also part of the once that's been cleared at that level, those products will get into all the member states without any bottlenecks, without any additional requirements or registration requirement imposed on those products. So at the end of the day, the product will be made readily available for our brothers and sisters to use right across the West Africa sub-region. This is also very much more important for those that are of public health interest. The major product that we use for our public health interventions in the country, the ACTs, the antiretrovirals, if we can have those approved at central level and they can get access right across, then people will be readily get this product and they can use it appropriately. So at the central level, it makes it more efficient, more faster than leaving it to the different countries to do their own requirements, and it's going to take long. As I said, some of them don't have the necessary IT support. They don't have the QMS system in place, and most of the work is being done on a paper base, which takes a longer time. So with that, I think it goes a long way in settling these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sahar. I think we have a question on the chat about where did the funding for the project come from? Dr. Sahar, if you can take this question, please.
I think the major funding for this project is from the World Bank. The WOW is also chipping some amount of funding for it as well. Then I think there's another UEMA as a French organization that deals with healthcare research and all those things are also part of the funding agency. But the bulk of the funding is coming from World Bank this initiative.
Thank you. Hope this answered the question. And maybe Abena, back again to you. If you can share with us what you think about the expectations from the industry and from the pharma company that can help drive the success of this project.
Okay, so just like Dr. Saad said, with this digital platform, it's going to make the system more faster, it's going to be more efficient. So from the pharma companies, once they submit to this central hub or this centralized platform, it's even going to reduce their costs. It's going to cut down on the costs that they need to register in maybe Sierra Leone, bring their products to Ghana, bring their documents to Nigeria. So it's going to give them a lot of improve their costs. It's going to cut down on their costs that they need to give to all these countries. And it's going to be a timely system where you submit to one centralized hub and GMP inspections are conducted from that same place. So it's not that Ghana goes to inspect, Sierra Leone goes to inspect. So it's going to save time. It's going to improve the efficiency of the system. And during submission as well, is going to be validated. So before you even submit your document, the system is going to check and ensure that you have all the requisite documents before you can submit. So it's going to reduce the timelines as well. So it's going to be very beneficial to the marketing authorization holders in terms of time and cost and efficiency as well. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Well, I think we don't have any further question. Oh, yes, maybe one more question. How is the region working to overcome the legal hurdles involved with using such reliance measures? Dr. Sahar?
Well, I'm aware there are legal issues when it comes to the reliance aspect. But for us, our experience is that we have two major components within the West Africa. We have the Anglophone and the Francophone countries, but we are all trying to pull everybody together so that we can have all our processes be centralized. Yeah, there are legal aspects, but that's why we have the one of the technical group that is responsible for legal affairs. They are trying to see how they can work around some of the requirements. So for us, I think the best way to go is that those countries that have a setup where we have a independent regulatory medicines regulatory agency that is virtually semi-autonomous or independent from the Ministry of Health. So in some other country, we have the regulatory agencies embedded in the Ministry of Health and Sanitation. So for those that have those semi-independent or semi-autonomous ones, they can go through their can provide advice to the governing boards of those agencies to see how best they can come up with recommendation. For us, what we did, as I said earlier, is that for us to go through our board, we have a governing board that gave us the approval to set up the MOU with Ghana and Nigeria. I'm sure this is something all the other regulatory agencies can emulate. Indeed, there are issues when it comes to the law to take this to handle this reliance issue, but it's work in progress. Every time we go for meetings, some of these issues come, see how best we want to trash them. But at the end of the day, I think the process have started. I'm sure at the end of the day, we'll be able to get to the end of the process. We'll see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sahar. Well, I think for the interest of time, we will have to end our discussion. Thank you again so much, Dr. Sahar and Dr. Abena, for the great presentation and for the very fruitful discussion. And thanks to our audience for their active listening and for their engagement. I will now hand over to our next session on the West Africa PV updates that will be moderated by Dr. Comfort Ogar. Dr. Comfort is the Global Safety Consultant with the WHO on the novel oral polio type 2 vaccine. Prior to her work with the WHO, she was a principal technical advisor and pharmacovigilance lead for the USAID-funded medicines Technologies and Pharmaceutical Services program led by Management Sciences for Health, where she supported the low and middle income countries in Africa and Asia to establish or strengthen their regulatory systems with particular focus on PV systems. She worked as a regulator for about 18 years at Nigeria's National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, where she was instrumental to establishing the country's national PV system. Dr. Comfort has a master's degree in medicine science and global health delivery from the Harvard Medical School and is a PhD candidate at the University of Utrecht. Comfort is also currently the secretary of the Africa chapter of the International Society of Pharmacovigilance. I was personally very lucky to meet with Comfort in September during the ISOP meeting for the Patient Safety Day, and it's definitely a pleasure meeting you here again, Comfort. So handing over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alia. Very nice to meet you again. And I did enjoy your session. Thank you for a very wonderful session that you had, and to your speakers as well. Okay, so welcome everybody to our session. Today we will be discussing updates from different countries in West Africa. And we have a number of speakers lined up for today. I think, as we know, for this session, we have a chat or Q&A where participants are encouraged to put in any questions or thoughts that they have. The way I intend to handle this session is we'll bring in the speakers. I have 4 speakers for this session. We have a speaker from Ghana, we have from Nigeria, we have from Sierra Leone, and we have from Cape Verde. So we will be bringing them in. We will hold off the questions until all our speakers have had a chance to give us an update on their activities within their countries. And so we will give each speaker about 15 minutes to make their presentation. And then at the end of their presentation, we will have a 5 to 10 minutes Q&A session where we can then read out all the questions that may have come in while the different speakers were on. We encourage you to indicate, if you have a question, kindly indicate to which speaker your question is directed, and I'll be happy to call them to take that up. So without further ado, I would want to call on Dr. George Sabla. Is he in the studio? Okay. Do we have Mrs. Uche Elemwa in the studio yet? Awesome. So we will start our presentation with Dr. Uche, Pharmacist Uche Elemwa, and Pharmacist Uche Elemwa is the current director. Okay, I understand she has also left the studio. Should I move on to, I know that Dr. Sarr was around. Should I move on to his presentation? Okay. So I'll bring on Dr. Sarr, who was just in the last panel, to give us his update. Just in case we have audience members that have just joined us for this session, Dr. Sarr is Dr. Emmanuel Sarr Bomor. He is the head of Department for Complementary and Alternative Medicine at the Pharmacy Board of Sierra Leone. He is the chairman also of the Working Group on Information Management Systems to WHO, World Bank, and WAHO Medicines Regulation Harmonization Project in West Africa. He is the current chairman of that working group. He's also a member of the Technical Working Group on Information Management System to the same Medicine Regulation Harmonization Project under WHO, World Bank, and WAHO. His other positions include being a member of the Technical Working Group on Traditional Medicines in Sierra Leone. He has numerous academic qualifications, including a Doctor of Pharmacy from the University of Benin. He's a fellow of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists and a member of, he's a fellow and a member of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. So Dr. Sarr, you are live, and we welcome you to present your updates on the work that's been done so far in Sierra Leone. Over to you, sir. Dr. Sarr, if you can hear me, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for having me. Yes, as I said earlier in my first presentation, I work at the Medicines Regulatory Agency Pharmacy Board. I'm in charge of the complementary alternative medicines, and I also work for the WAWU Technical Working Group on Information Management System. So, yes, Olga. Okay, are you getting me?
Yes, I can hear you. Come in, please. Do you have your slides?
The slides?
Yes.
Okay. I've already presented the slides for you.
For this session, what you presented was for the last session. So for this session, we're taking updates from Sierra Leone. Okay.
Update on
the pharmacovigilance activities in Sierra Leone. Can we have any updates on that?
Okay, then yes. I will just
outside of in addition to what you presented in the last session.
We have a pharmacovigilance department in Sierra Leone. Yes, okay, I thought it was that. We have a pharmacovigilance department in Sierra Leone. We have that serves as the National Center for Pharmacovigilance. In fact, it's a pharmacovigilance and clinical trial. And we also have, as part of that department, it's a technical working advisory group working with the department that serves as our major review body for all safety data that are gathered that are reviewed, clinical trials. When we have receive our proposals, these are the technical. This group will go through the proposal before we give the final approval for the clinical trials to go ahead. So we have the safety committee that works with our department. The main department is in Freetown, our head office, but we have regional offices. So the department functions as a national pharmacovigilance center. And we also have, as part of our partners, the various public health programs. We have, as our partners, the various public health programs working with us, for which we have focal points that will be appointed that work in the various public health programs, pharmacovigilance focal points. The major hospitals right across the country, we have especially the tertiary ones, we also appointed public health pharmacovigilance focal points that work in those hospitals on our behalf. And they also serve as, most of them serve as the secretary to the drug therapeutic committee in all of these hospitals. Our reporting system is mainly from the healthcare providers, but when we have those mass campaigns, for example, we are distributing, we are doing public health interventions. The reports are coming mostly from the general public. What we've noticed over time is that most of the reports we've gathered that are in our database that we've submitted to VGBase.
Okay.
Mainly from public health programs. Dr. Fauci Thomas, which has been published, showing that most of our reports that we've generated are from public health programs. We are having issue with the direct reports from the healthcare providers that are reporting. We've trained a number of our healthcare providers in the hospital, but the reporting rate from those is very, very low. I'm sure this is the same right across most African countries. So we are moving forward. We want to see how best we can improve on the reporting issues in the country, try to get the reporting rate up and running. So we've been doing some sensitization, some training of public health professionals. We've also trying to reach out to the general public through commercials for the reporting of ADRs. And last but not the least, we are trying to deploy our electronic reporting tool. The training for those have already started, and we intend to get it right across the 16 districts of the country. So this is basically what our pharmacovigilance system looks like.
All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, Dr. Sal. We appreciate your update from Sierra Leone on what's happening with the pharmacovigilance system there. Next up then, I'll bring Ms. Fam Uche Elemoa to make her presentation and give us an update from Nigeria. So Uche Elemoa is a pharmacist, and she's the current director of the pharmacovigilance department, or directorate rather, at the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. She has a master's degree in clinical pharmacy and biopharmacy, and another master's degree in industrial labor and relations. She is also a fellow of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. Pharmacist Elemoa, we're happy to have you here today. Talk to us about all the wonderful work you're doing in Nigeria. So the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Comfort. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So can they put up my slides? So good afternoon, everybody. And may I stand on the existing protocol of welcoming everybody online and in the venue of the presentations. So my name is Pharmacist Elemoa, just like Comfort has said, and I'm going to be presenting on pharmacovigilance in Africa, the Nigerian perspective. So by way of introduction, next slide, by way of introduction, the national, the outline for this to look at what about us, our history, our vision, our mission, the products and services that we deal with, our achievements, our performances, and our customer processes, and a brief introduction of what our team is made up of. Next slide. So by way of introduction, next slide, looking at who we are, the National Drug Regulatory Authority of Nigeria is called NAFDAC, which is the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control. And we all know that Nigeria is a large country in the sub-Saharan Africa with essentially a homogeneous Black population of over 230 million and having significant burden of both communicable and non-communicable diseases and consequent increase in volume of medication use. The National Agency for Food was established by the Decree 15 of 1993 as amended and now cited as ADCAP N1 laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the mandate of our agency is to control and regulate the manufacture, the importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, sale and use of food, drugs, cosmetics, chemicals, detergents, medical devices, and drinks, including packaged water. This mandate requires NAFDAC to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy of all regulated products. And this also includes safety of medicines and medical devices. Next slide. So the Nigeria, our history on our pharmacovigilance system in Nigeria dates back to 2004, when we were admitted as the 74th member country to the WHO Uppsala Monitoring Center. And pharmacovigilance activities in Nigeria has been coordinated by the National Pharmacovigilance Center, which is situated in the Drug Regulatory Authority, NAFDAC. And the NPC serves as a repository for reported adverse drug reactions and adverse events following immunization from both healthcare workers and the public. NPC also liaises with other international groups such as the WHO, ALDO, NEPAD, US Food and Drugs, European Medicines Agencies, and a host of other African regulatory authorities. And in handling our pharmacovigilance activities, we have developed some key documents that are legally giving us the legal backing to implement pharmacovigilance so that all stakeholders, all relevant stakeholders understand what their rules are and what they are expected to do, especially the marketing authorization holders, in order to fulfill their regulatory requirement to the agency for bringing in medicines in country. So looking at the right side, we have our National Pharmacovigilance Policy Document. The first one was developed in 2012, and we had a review in 2021. We also have our NAFDAC Good Pharmacovigilance Practice Guideline, which was also reviewed for 2021. When we had our first WHO GBT assessment, we were meant to understand that there is need to also have our legal backing for pharmacovigilance, and that aided us to develop our pharmacovigilance regulations so that it will be binding on all responsible stakeholders who do business in drugs. And that is when we had our 2021 pharmacovigilance, good pharmacovigilance regulation, itemizing what marketing authorization holders are supposed to do for their products to remain in circulation in our country, Nigeria. We also have our yellow form, which is the ADR reporting form that we use for reporting adverse drug reactions. Currently, because of the lacuna in using the paper forms, we are transiting to mobile electronic reporting platforms, and this has actually helped us greatly. Next slide. Next slide. So looking at the structure and our vision in Nigeria, the vision of our agency, NAFDAC, is to be a world-class regulator that ensures availability of quality and safe food, drugs, and other regulated products. And by extension of this global NAFDAC vision, our pharmacovigilance vision taps into that global NAFDAC vision to ensure patient safety through robust drug safety monitoring and promoting rational use of medicines in country. And that we can only achieve by working with all relevant stakeholders. So that brings us to looking at the structure of PV in Nigeria that highlights the different stakeholder groups that we're working with in order to ensure a robust patient safety system and drug safety monitoring and rational use of medicines in country. We can see we have the National Pharmacovigilance Center at the center of it, who reports to the Director General, and the Director General reports to the Honorable Minister of Health, showing that there is a legal backing for pharmacovigilance implementation in Nigeria. And on the right-hand side top, we see our National Drug Safety Advisory Committee, which is a team of experts from different areas of medicines and pharmacies and other expertise that will help us give advisory roles when there are serious adverse safety-related issues in country with medicines that we have put in the market for use. We also have pharmacovigilance in the 6 zonal geopolitical zones, our zonal NAFDAC zonal offices, where they coordinate robust NAFDAC activities within the zone. And apart from having the zonal NAFDAC offices, we have NAFDAC also in the 36 states plus FCT in the whole country. So the whole country has an office for NAFDAC to ensure that every regulatory responsibility of the agency is well covered and catered for in the different states of the country. And apart from in our bid to decentralize pharmacovigilance so that activities can actually reach the different crannies of the country and health facilities, I also established a decentralized pharmacovigilance center, having the national center at the middle, and now having 6 zonal pharmacovigilance centers at the 6 geopolitical zones. And these pharmacovigilance centers are housed in identified teaching hospitals who have been selected after in-depth assessment to see their capacities to handle and coordinate the activities of pharmacovigilance within the zones. So we have 6 pharmacovigilance centers in tertiary hospitals identified in the 6 zones, in a state in the 6 zones of the Federation. We also have our interaction with the logistic management coordinating committees of all states, where governments at the state levels have identified contact points for handling issues of drug so that it will be an integrated system. So we have pharmacists manning the different logistic management coordinating centers in the state from the Federal Ministry of Health in those states. So our people from the NAFDAC state offices, where we have our focal persons, interfaces with the logistic management committees and the NAFDAC and the national pharmacovigilance centers in the zone to ensure that there is an integrated system for pharmacovigilance within every state in the country. We also have pharmacovigilance in the tertiary hospitals, and we have state hospitals, primary healthcare centers, and the secondary health facilities, where we're continuously engaging them on the need to establish pharmacovigilance committees so that pharmacovigilance the awareness for pharmacovigilance can reach everybody, and we have robust reporting to ensure the safety of medicines within our countries. We also have pharmacovigilance in the public health programs who we interface with because we give them waivers to bring in medicines for global public health programs. So these focal points are regarded as marketing authorization holders from the point of this definition of who the marketing authorization holder. So every public health program is expected to have focal points as pharmacovigilance liaison officers who will liaise with our national center in terms of monitoring public health products, which we have granted waivers to bring in for disease management and control. Next slide. So our mission is to improve patient safety through promoting rational use of medicines and advocating for spontaneous reporting of adverse drug reactions and adverse events following immunizations, providing accurate scientific and timely information on medicines and medicinal products. We're also, from our mission, guaranteeing effective stakeholders collaboration and coordination, because without engagement, you can actually not do everything from the center. So there becomes the need to actually engage relevant stakeholders who will be able to, who are interfacing with patients, for us to be able to understand the safety of medicines that are being used within our own population. So our next mission is to communicate our vision to all our staff and numerous stakeholders to ensure adherence and buy-in. Next slide. Next slide. So in Nigeria, our products and services, we can see that we have drugs, we have vaccines, we also have herbals, cosmetics, medical devices, and chemicals. So this forms the scope of products that are being managed and monitored within the pharmacovigilance space. So our services involve implementation of the National Pharmacovigilance Policy and provision of evidence-based advice and information on safe use of medicines and other regulated products to all stakeholders. We also intend to implement the provisions of the Good Pharmacovigilance Practice Guidelines of 2021 and our proposed pharmacovigilance inspection guidelines, because NAFDAC currently will be starting pharmacovigilance inspection of marketing authorization holders. We've been doing that with our health facilities, but we want to scale up to inspecting marketing authorization holders to ensure that they have adequate systems, pharmacovigilance systems in place to monitor the safe use of their medicines that they have put in the market. We're also promoting rational and safe use of medicines and improving safety communications in Nigeria. And finally, one of the major services we do is the maintenance of our BPP pharmacovigilance database and system. We use the VigiFlow database, being a member of the WHO Collaborating Center in Uppsala. So our national database we use is the VigiFlow. and also committing to the VG-base, which is the WHO global database. Next slide. So in terms of our team, we can see our achievements. I'm sorry, it's like the presentation is not very clear on that slide, but our achievement, this slide speaks on our achievements. And first and foremost, we understand that WHO has officially announced Nigeria's National Regulatory Agency, NAFDAC and PCN, as a stable, well-functioning and integrated regulatory system, which is the level of maturity level 3 rating scale based on the global benchmarking tool. And this was in March 2022. And being that maturity level 3, that is only a stepping stone for NAFDAC Nigeria, because our target is to become maturity level 4 and be recognized as one of the world listed authorities amongst the committees of nation. And it is also important to note that NAFDAC is certified with ISO 9001-2015 for quality management systems. So this we do external audits annually and to remain certified. We have in our own, during the COVID, we have been trying and working towards bringing stability in the pharmacovigilance system. So during the COVID pandemic, being that the COVID vaccines, most of the clinical trials done in their trial developments were not conducted within Nigeria. And being a pandemic situation, what we had to do to ensure the safety of COVID-19 vaccines that are being deployed within the Nigerian space are safe amongst our own population, we decided to conduct cohort event monitoring for safety signal detection after vaccination with the different brands of COVID-19 vaccines that we deployed in country. That study was done in 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2. The phase 1 looked at monitoring the safety of the first batches of types of COVID-19, which were just AstraZeneca and Moderna, which were available in Nigeria within that time. And we recruited about 12,000 vaccinees from 6 geopolitical zones, at least to ensure a total in-country spread. And we monitored them over a period of 3 months after each vaccination to record the types of adverse events following immunizations seen within our own population. And this also provided us evidence to declare or otherwise the safety of COVID-19 vaccines used within our population. And because we do not know the long-term effect of the COVID-19 vaccines, that necessitated us to go into a phase 2 study where we recruited over 20,000 people, and they were monitored for a year after the vaccination. And this also, we have concluded the second phase of the study in September of this year. The reports of those studies, both phase 1 and phase 1 is currently out. Phase 2, we are finalizing with the reports, but the studies are over. And then, in order to further characterize the safety and also determine immunogenicity of COVID-19, being that vaccines for the pandemic were scarce at that point in time, several countries couldn't get the number of doses. So there were different studies that were initiated, and Nigeria was one of the countries that initiated studying the safety and immunogenicity of fractional doses of different COVID-19 vaccines to see whether the standard dose compared to the fractionated doses elicit the same immunogenicity component. That study we started way back in 2022 and is currently ongoing. We are at the last phase of it. Then, with the current and new trends in ensuring that we monitor safety of medicines that have not been used in country, we looked at pediatric dolutegravir. We know that the dolutegravir is the new HIV medicines that are being used. There has been a deployment for the adult dose, but when they wanted to bring in the pediatric dolutegravir, working with the HIV program in country, it became expedient looking at the population that is going to be using this medication, we decided to engage in an operational research in 5 health centers before the drugs are deployed nationally for use, to look at the safety of the medicines before they are scaled up. So we conducted a transition into pediatric dolutegravir in Nigerian HIV program. And this study sought to better understand the experience of the patient and caregivers who take and administer pediatric dolutegravir, and providers who prescribe it, their perspective, what have they seen. So this study has also been concluded, and this is in line with the requirements of our maturity level 3 in terms of risk-based selection of products for active pharmacovigilance monitoring. And these are objective evidences of what we have done. So also, looking at our achievements, we also worked with the AU3S project during the COVID-19 vaccine, where 5 countries were selected to conduct the pilot within the African continent. And Nigeria was also part of that 5 selected countries. And the impact of the AU3S on our NAFDAC pharmacovigilance functions are: 1, it enabled us to integrate the AEFI hard copy forms into the electronic MedSafety app, thereby closing the gap in the transmission of AEFIs to the MPC and improving data analysis. Suffice to say, in the previous years, we have been having issues of transmitting or even getting AEFI reports into our global VigiFlow database. But with the support of the AU3S project, the hard copy AEFI forms were transcribed and uploaded on the mobile electronic app, our MedSafety mobile app. Initially, it was only for ADR reporting and monitoring. But with the AU3S project, we integrated the AEFI forms into the platform, and that actually was our turning point, actually being able to contribute to the global data on COVID-19 safety monitoring to the VG-based database, and also making contributions because we have this DSID system where the 5 countries pooled their AEFI reports together for signal detection and management within the African country. So the use of the MedSafety app actually helped us because the app is real time. What we did was, in the process of both our passive and active surveillance, we were able to train healthcare workers, train vaccinates, the public, everybody to use the MedSafety app, so that at the corners of their homes, if they identify any adverse events, they just pull up their phones and they are able to report. So that was really a game changer for us to be able to contribute to this global data sharing and even the continental data sharing. So initially we had less than 100 and something AEFI reports, but looking at our database now, we're counting AEFI reports to the tune of 30,000 adverse event following immunization. So with the stimulation of the COVID-19 vaccine reporting, other vaccine reporting such as pentavalent, yellow fever, measles vaccine reports are now flowing into our MedSafety app. And this is just continuous improvement because a lot needs to do, and we continue to do it. We are also currently training our healthcare workers under this platform of the AU3S on the use of our MedSafety app and other pharmacovigilance activities. Next slide. Next slide. So next slide. So our performance, we also strengthen collaboration with public health programs on the implementation of their pharmacovigilance framework and risk management plans. We also know that public health programs, just like I have stated from our policy, are regarded as marketing authorization holders. So products that we grant to them as a waiver to bring in for their public health programs, they are expected to give us risk management plans in terms of safety concerns they have identified with the products. And currently, because we are focusing on starting up pharmacovigilance inspection of marketing authorization holders, we have a lot of our staff have also done the WHO PV inspection training course, and we have over 25 people certified, and currently more people are being done. We have developed our guidelines and tools for pharmacovigilance inspection, and what we are doing now is planning out our first QPPV training, qualified persons for pharmacovigilance for the marketing authorization holders, so that we can train them. They will understand what our regulatory requirements for the PV systems are, how to develop their pharmacovigilance system master files and their PSURs, and know timelines for their submissions, so that there can be adequate stakeholders engagement and buy-in. So looking at the right, it show you the patterns of reporting from our database from inception. You can see from 2004 how the reports have been trickling in. But if you see from 2020 to 2021, when we now started using the Mesh Safety app, and with the pandemic on course at that point in time, and a lot of publicity is being done and awareness on our Mesh Safety app, you can see the high increase in the reporting into the database from 2020 to 2022. And it is continuous improvement. Next slide. Next slide. So looking at our customer processes, we begin to see the NPC, how we are doing stakeholders engagement. There was this Pavia project that we engaged in, and there has been continuous training and retraining of stakeholders and all our relevant partners on pharmacovigilance in Nigeria, because there's nothing you can do without collaboration, without engagement, and without adequate buy-in. So the first and second Pavia Africa training was organized in Ethiopia, and subsequently step-down trainings for healthcare workers in immunization clinics and other healthcare providers in TB have been trained on this project. Pavia blended learning training for the university was also conducted for health workers by the University of Verona in collaboration with NAFDAC. So there has been continuous collaboration with different partners in order to increase engagement and awareness on pharmacovigilance with our own people, so that our system will be strengthened. We also had a partnership, strengthening partnership for effective collaboration. We see, because we are now expanding and strengthening our zonal pharmacovigilance centers to be very active, because if only the center is active, it creates more work and tension for the national center. So we are now doing a high-level stakeholders engagement to ensure that health institutions where our zonal pharmacovigilance centers understand their role in housing the pharmacovigilance zonal centers and what they need to do. So we currently conducted a high-level advocacies to government stakeholders and institutions on pharmacovigilance for effective buy-in. This was in Maiduguri, Borno State, where our officers engaged the Ministry of Health Commissioner and the zonal pharmacovigilance.
Sorry, just a time check. You have about 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm almost done. Thank you so much. So we are doing a lot of stakeholders engagement. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So a lot of stakeholders engagement to ensure adequate buy-in for pharmacovigilance, and also for our PV inspection. So looking at our team, we see our director, our amiable Director General, who is very interested on how to strengthen pharmacovigilance in Nigeria. And that's me, the Director of Pharmacovigilance, and my team, when we did the stakeholders engagement for the marketing authorization holders towards PV inspection. Next slide. So I thank all of us for listening and giving us this opportunity to showcase what we have been doing in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Elemoa, for that update on the work that you have been doing in Nigeria. It's very heartwarming to see all the good work and the progress that's been made over the years, including the pharmacovigilance inspection training, but particularly we're excited about the maturity level 3 and the goal to keep moving forward into maturity level 4 and thereon onto the world listed WHO listed authorities. So we're quite excited and we're looking forward to having NAFDAC indeed be featured as one of the WHO listed authorities for the region, as we know that that would boost pharmacovigilance and in general regulatory work. Please, may I request you to remain in the studio? Do not go yet. I will bring in other speakers, and then when the other speakers have had a chance to present, we can then take questions from all of our audiences, if that is okay. So please do not go away. We will come back to you at the end of the last presentation. So with that, I am delighted to invite my brother and friend, George Sabla from the FDA Ghana, to share with us the updates from Ghana. But of course, I will have to give George an introduction that befits a gentleman that he is. So George is he's a chief regulatory officer and the head of the safety monitoring department at the Food and Drugs Authority in Ghana. George is a pharmacist, and he has a master's degree in public health from the University of Ghana. And he has a certificate in pharmacovigilance and pharmacoepi training from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Groningen, where his thesis is focused on patients' contribution to pharmacovigilance in sub-Saharan Africa. He has authored several abstracts and original research papers, a lot of which we have read, and they're very educative. George is interested in strengthening pharmacovigilance systems and patients' contribution to safety monitoring of medicines and health products in general. So I'm delighted to welcome George to give us an update from Ghana. Thank you, George.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much, and good morning to everybody, all distinguished participants. And then thank you so much, Comfort, to my sister, for those kind words and the introduction. And also to Madre for pulling this together. I bring you greetings from my CEO, Dr. Gidis Midako, and my boss, Mr. Seneke. Both are passionate about patient safety in Africa. So that is the way to start. And next slide, please. So as an outline of my presentation, I will start by providing a brief background about my country, Ghana, just to give you context of where I'm speaking from this morning, for those who do not know Ghana. Next, I'll take you through our 24-year journey through pharmacovigilance to ensure patient safety in Ghana. We will explore the legal mandate for pharmacovigilance in Ghana and the outcomes of the implementation of our pharmacovigilance requirements. This will specifically focus on industry. I'll also provide an overview of the safety monitoring strategies that we have implemented in Ghana and the outcome of these strategies. And also talk about our contribution to the WHO program for international drug monitoring. Finally, I will touch on our effort to share knowledge through benchmarking to promote patient safety on the African continent, and also focusing on the ECOWAS sub-region. At the end of the presentation, I will summarize the key points and also acknowledge regulators and organizations that have helped us through this journey. So to start with, Ghana is located in West Africa, as you may know, or those who do not know, this for your information. We are estimated to be about 34 million as at 2023. Can I see the next slide, please? And what happened in this country is that, unfortunately, children born about 47 do not live to celebrate their 5th birthday. Can I see the next slide, please? Okay, if not possible, I may share the slide myself. Okay, thank you so much for showing the slide. So, as I mentioned, about 45, unfortunately, 45 out of every 1,000 children do not live to celebrate their 5th birthday. An average Ghanaian lives for about 64 years. And with regard to the pharmaceutical markets, about 70% of our pharmaceutical products are imported into this country, mainly from India and China. With regard to local manufacturing, there are 36 local manufacturers. One has been licensed recently to produce vaccines and biological products in line with our government's strategy to make Ghana a vaccine manufacturing hub in Africa. With regard to the WHO program, Ghana joined the WHO program for international drug monitoring on November 2001. We joined the program as the 65th members of the program and the first country in West Africa to join the program. Our pharmacovigilance system is decentralized, and what this means is that we receive reports from all levels in this country, from teaching hospital to regional hospital and to district hospital to healthcare center levels in this country. We receive reports mainly from healthcare professionals, and we have offices in all the 16 regional offices in this country. Ghana is divided in 16 administrative regions, and reports, we have offices in this region, and what the officers in these offices do is that they go and promote pharmacovigilance in all these regions. So we are fairly decentralized. The system is not only in Accra, so pharmacovigilance is decentralized throughout the country. On the next slide, I think I will take you through our 24-year journey through pharmacovigilance. So pharmacovigilance officially started in Ghana in 1999, where we started a formalized collation of individual case safety reports. And in 2001, we joined the WHO program for international drug monitoring. In 2005, we formed the first committee, the Technical Advisory Committee, to review safety reports that we receive from healthcare professionals mainly. Now, like I said, we receive reports from healthcare professionals, from patients, and also from the pharmaceutical industry. In 2012, our law that regulates medicine in Ghana was revised to include pharmacovigilance specific requirements. And a year after that, we have new guidelines to align with the new law. So we have good pharmacovigilance practice modules that talk to each of the things we do. We have a guideline that talk to safety monitoring of product, guideline for pharmacovigilance inspection, guideline for risk management plan, periodic safety update reports, or periodic benefit risk evaluation reports, and etc., etc. And in the same year, we published our first edition of the Drug Lens, I'll say Drug Safety Newsletter. And as of today, we've had about 13 editions of that newsletter that is published, and they are all available on our website from the first edition to the 13th edition. And in 2015, we've had our first QPPV training, or the Qualified Persons for Pharmacovigilance training, in line with the new guidelines that were developed in 2013. And in 2016, we did our first good pharmacovigilance practice inspection. And also the same year, we launched direct patient reporting, where patients can directly report to the FDA. So we have a form that was designed for patients to use. We have other form, and we promote patient reporting directly to patients through social media and other traditional media platforms for patients to report directly to the FDA. And in the same year, 2016, we established the second advisory committee on safety. And now this committee was tasked specifically to look at vaccines and biological products. So we separated committees in two. One committee was looking at medicines and other products that the FDA regulates. And the second committee, that we call the Technical Advisory Committee on Safety of Biological Products, look at vaccines and biological products. So at the moment, FDA has two standing committees, one for medicines and other products, and the second one for vaccines and biological products. Then in 2020, the FDA was benchmarked by the WHO. The entire regulatory authority was maturity level 3, as you may all know, but the pharmacovigilance function was adjudged maturity level 4. And in 2023, just a few months ago, we've been designated as an RCOR, that's a Regional Center of Regulatory Excellence for vaccine oversight for 8 regulatory functions, including pharmacovigilance. But just to say that in 2014, the vigilance function was an RCOR, in collaboration with the African Collaboration Center for Pharmacovigilance. But for this one, the pharmacovigilance unit or department in the FDA East Exnexas and ARACOR in collaboration with all the other functions by the African Outer NEPADS. Next slide, please. So just to touch a little on our legal mandate for pharmacovigilance. So it's important to talk about this because this regulates what we do and this ensures that industry and other stakeholders comply with what we do. So the first thing I want to say is that our legal mandate is derived from the Public Health Act. As I mentioned earlier, the Act came into being in 2012 and it's called the Act A51. And Section 125 of this Act has the pharmacovigilance requirements. And there are 3 subsections under this section. The first subsection talks about requirement for local representative to have a qualified person for pharmacovigilance. So every marketing authorization holder is expected to have a qualified person for pharmacovigilance in this country. The second subsection talks about the safety monitoring and reporting of adverse reactions to marketed products. So if a marketing authorization holder became aware of any adverse reaction to products that are marketed, they are expected by law to report this to the Food and Drugs Authority. The third subsection puts some responsibilities on the National Center, that's the Food and Drugs Authority. So the authority does not have to receive this report and not do anything about it. So we are expected to analyze this report and provide feedback to the general public, to the healthcare community, and to industry who submit this report to us. So these are the pharmacovigilance provisions. Then there is a Section 148, which make it mandatory that the Food and Drugs Authority or the National Center can come out with guidelines. And these guidelines are mandatory, and marketing authorization holders must comply with these guidelines. So in line with the Section 148, we came out with 5 guidelines at the moment. The first guideline is what we call the Adverse Reaction Reporting Guideline. This guideline talks about reporting in general by industry and by healthcare professionals and also patients. The second guideline is more like our GVP modules or the good pharmacovigilance practice modules. It talks about everything relating to pharmacovigilance, from safety communication to requirement for submission of periodic safety update reports to risk management plan, and etc., etc. So almost everything is in this guideline, with the exception of qualified persons for pharmacovigilance. So we have a separate guideline for qualified persons for pharmacovigilance. And these guidelines talk about who is qualified to be a QPPV, what are the responsibilities of the qualified person for pharmacovigilance, what are the responsibilities of the marketing authorization holder to the qualified person for pharmacovigilance. And just to say that as a requirement, this guideline make it mandatory that anybody who becomes a qualified person for pharmacovigilance should undergo specified training that's recognized by the Food and Drugs Authority. Then the fourth guideline talks about pharmacovigilance inspections. It talks about what are the expectations of the FDA when we are conducting PV inspections, and what we expect industry to do when we are conducting PV inspections. Like I said, all these guidelines were developed in 2013, but there have been several revisions, as you can see. For instance, the guideline on qualified persons for pharmacovigilance has been revised about 5 times already. So all these guidelines go through a lot of revisions based on the new thinking in the field of pharmacovigilance. And the 5th guideline is on adverse event following immunization. This one is specifically for vaccines, and this was developed in 2014. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I want to do here is to just take you through some of the key good pharmacovigilance practices requirements. So the first one, I will talk about 6 of them this morning. The first one talks about the risk management plan or risk minimization activities. So what we do is that in the guideline, there are requirements for risk management plans. So we will accept a global or EU risk management plan when submitted, but we also require for Ghana-specific addendum when necessary. And we require risk management plan for new chemical entities and biosimilars and other products. So these are all available in the guidelines that I mentioned. Then the second requirement is the requirement for submission of periodic benefit risk evaluation reports. And these, we accept PBAs that are submitted in line with ICA U2C R2. But in our requirement, the marketing authorization holder is expected to submit risk management plan on 6 monthly basis for the first 2 years for new chemical entities. But for product that has been on this market for a long time or has been marketed across the world for a long time, the risk management plan is the periodic benefit risk evaluation report is submitted with the marketing authorization application, and then it's submitted. New ones are submitted at the time of re-registration of the product or renewal of the product. Or we could also request for PBRs to be submitted when necessary. Then the third requirement I want to talk about is the requirement for good pharmacovigilance practice inspections. So we will, in the guideline, we will conduct GVP inspections routinely or unannounced. We conduct GVP inspections for all marketing authorization holders, whether generic or innovator products. Then we have a risk-based approach to GVP inspections. My colleague Adila will be talking about good pharmacovigilance practice inspection tomorrow, so I'll not go into details about what we consider when we are doing a risk-based approach to PV inspections. Then the fourth thing I want to talk about is the requirement for post-authorization safety reports or the post-authorization efficacy study reports. This is in line with GVP Module 8 and the EMA scientific guidance on post-authorization efficacy studies. This could be voluntary or imposed by the Food and Drugs Authority. And in the guideline, there are requirements on how the protocols should be submitted. There are requirements when these studies have been done for the timeline for submitting adverse event reports and updates of the study report to the Food and Drugs Authority. All these are in the guideline. Then the next one is the safety variations. So all safety-related variations that is made to the summary of product characteristics or the patient information leaflet are expected to be submitted to the Food and Drugs Authority. And when these are submitted, we'll review this and then provide feedback to the marketing authorization holder within 90 days from the day that we receive these applications for a variation to the safety information. Then the last one I want to talk about is safety communication. So every safety communication that the marketing authorization holder want to put out must be submitted to the Food and Drugs Authority. So if the Dear Healthcare Professional letter, if the press release, whatever communication that the MA wants to put out there must be approved by the Food and Drugs Authority. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just use this slide to talk about some of the things that we've done implementing the requirement. The first thing I want to talk about the fact that I think I mentioned this already, that we started our QPV training in May 2015. And as at the end of that was as at yesterday, because we had a training, the 11th training that just ended last month. So we have so far trained 209 qualified persons for pharmacovigilance. It's a 9-day training program with a 60-hour contact time, and it includes everything that we expect the qualified persons to know. So we have trained at least over 200 of them, with over 100, that's a 51% designated by marketing authorization holder to perform the QPV roles. We have done 98 good pharmacovigilance practice inspections since we started, and this inspection was carried out at 17 innovator MAs with 81 generic MAs. Then what are the sanctions? So far, we have sanctioned a few companies, and basically for not having a qualified person for pharmacovigilance. And the sanctions that are outlined in the law includes imprisonment, include fines, and etc. etc. So 2 MAs have been sanctioned for not complying with the requirements as per our guidelines. Next slide, please. Okay, so here I want to talk about safety monitoring strategies. So as expected, our major means of receiving safety reports is through spontaneous reporting. We receive most of our reports from spontaneous reports, and these reports come basically from healthcare professionals who are the largest contributors to the system, followed by patients or consumers, and the last one being marketing authorization holders. Then we receive report for all health products, for medicines, for vaccines, for herbal medicines, for medical devices into our system. Then the second safety monitoring strategy is active monitoring. And the active monitoring could be in two different types. The first one is the one that the FDA itself or the Pharmacovigilance Center itself or public health programs initiate. And we'll do this in line with public health programs. An example of this is cohort event monitoring for COVID-19 vaccine. And during the COVID-19 vaccine deployment, we've had a number of cohort event monitoring studies, including one in pregnant women and another one for the mRNA vaccines, and also another one for all the COVID-19 vaccines that were deployed in this country. So that's an example of active monitoring that the FDA itself for public health programs. In this case, the expanded program on immunization can initiate. Then the second type of active monitoring is the one that the marketing authorization holder initiated, or the FDA can ask the marketing authorization holder to do this active monitoring as part of the condition for marketing authorization approval. And an example is the phase 1 studies for the malaria vaccine that had been piloted in this country and which is still ongoing and being recommended for wide-scale use by the WHO. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, I will just show you the reporting trend and where the reports are coming from. This slide shows you a reporting, who is submitting reports. So as you can see, as I mentioned, the light blue bar is report from healthcare professionals. The yellow bar is from industry, and the deep blue is the one from patient. And then the line bar shows you the cumulative reporting. So as you can see, most of the reports, as I explained, come from healthcare professionals, followed by patients and from healthcare professionals. So these are reporting trend and where the reports are coming from. So healthcare professionals contribute the maximum number of reports, followed by patient or consumers and pharmaceutical industry, because it's mandatory for industry to submit reports. And as I mentioned earlier, we launched patient reporting in 2016. So we receive report from patients also into our system. Next slide, please. So I just want to talk about where the reports are coming from. But what I want to mention here is that this is not for all our reports that we have. This is only for reports from the COVID-19 vaccine deployment. Now, most of our reports came in through our adverse reactions or adverse event following immunization reporting forms. But over here, during the COVID-19 vaccine deployment, we advertised vaccinees to also report through telephone. Our forms were there. There's online reporting and also a med safety app. We launched our med safety app in 2019. And it's one of the reporting tools in this country. So we receive report through our reporting forms, through our online portal, through the med safety app. And for patients, they can also report through a telephone call to the National Center. And then during the vaccine deployment, we have a call center that is 24/7. So those who are vaccinated and they experience any AEFI can call the National Center and report. So during that period, most of the reports came through the telephone. So we have about 57% of the report that we received through the telephone call. Our AEFI form formed the second with about 18% of the reports, followed by the online portal and the med safety app, 11%. So this is how the report comes in. But as I mentioned earlier, if we look at all reports, the form will be the highest, followed by the online and the med safety app and the telephone. But this is coming from COVID-19 vaccine. Next slide, please. Okay, so the question is, what have you done with the report that we are receiving from healthcare professionals, from patients, and from industry? We're able to pick a number of safety signals, but I just want to talk about a few this morning. There are 6 that are listed here, but I'll talk about only 2 so that I can save time. I'm sure the slide will be shared with you so you can look at it later. So what I want to talk about is the therapeutic ineffectiveness for bupivacaine hydrochloride injection. In 2021, we received about 19 reports for 2 years that the healthcare professionals were complaining that the bupivacaine injection that they were using for the patient were not working. And as you may know, bupivacaine is used for local or general anesthesia during surgery. And they reported therapeutic failure. In some cases, they said the patients were wide awake when they were supposed to be sleeping during the surgery. So what we did was we presented this to the Technical Advisory Committee, and we co-opted an anesthetist on the committee to advise us. And the cases were investigated, and the finding was that the product, 1, were not being given by qualified anesthesiologists, and then 2, they were not being given correctly. So we have to do a Dear Doctor letter and inform healthcare professionals about how to give the injection and who to give it. And when we did that, the report that we're receiving dropped significantly. The next one I want to talk about, and then we'll move on, is the anti-snake serum. In 2020, there were so many reports in our database that people were complaining that the anti-snake venom that were being used to treat snake bites were not working in this country. And they also reported very bad adverse reactions. So what we did was to investigate what was the cause of these therapeutic failures and the adverse reactions that were being reported. And we got to know that in most cases, the healthcare professionals were not following the recommended dose of the product that they were using. As you may know, to achieve a therapeutic efficacy when you are treating snake bite, you have to give an equivalent volume of venom injected. So they will give 1 vial and say, oh, it's not working. And if you look at the product information, the MH will say, okay, give up to 10 vials or give up to 5 vials, but they were not following the instructions. So what we did was we worked with the marketing authorization holders to develop 1-page leaflets to educate healthcare professionals on the correct dosing for anti-snake serum. And when we did that, the reports stopped coming. We received a few reports, but the numbers we are receiving dropped significantly. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about what is our contribution to the WHO program or to VGBase. Now, if you use VGBase, you'll be familiar with the what's on the slide on my left-hand side of the slide. In Africa contributed about 620,000 reports to the WHO database out of more than 35 million reports. And Africa's report is about 1.7% of the global database, when Africa's population is about 17%. So generally in Africa, we are not doing well. But it's a big improvement because there was a paper that was published by a Ghanaian colleague in 2016. And in that paper, our contribution, that's Africa's contribution to the WHO database, was just 1%. But as at last month, we are doing 1.7%. So we are not doing badly as an African country, as a continent. But there's still room for improvement. But now, looking at Ghana's contribution, we've contributed a little over 21,000 reports to VGBase. That is about 3.4% of all reports from Africa. Ghana's population is about 2.3% of African population. So we can do better, but we are doing a little well. We are the 9th largest contributors to the database out of 47 member countries. That's from Africa, and they are part of the WHO program for international drug monitoring. So that is what we are doing that's what Ghana is doing with regards to contribution to WHO database. So we are the 9th contributors, and when you look at population in terms of Ghana's population, we are about the 13th most populous countries. So at least we are contributing something to the database, but we can still do better. Next slide, please. So I also talk about the fact that we give back what we have gained. So we are contributing to capacity building and mentoring in the sub-region and the entire African continent. So in 2022, we collaborated with the Karolinska Institute and the LAREB. The LAREB is the Netherlands Pharmacovigilance Center, to organize a training of trainers program for QPPV from East African countries. And we had 45 participants from NRAs from Ethiopia, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya taking part in this program. In 2021, we had a hands-on pharmacovigilance benchmarking for regulators from West Africa, I think Gambia, Senegal, and Sierra Leone. We had 9 participants from 3 countries. And the same year, 2021, in August, we had a program with ISOP chapter of the African chapter of ISOP. And then we talk about pharmacovigilance inspections and etc. etc. So all these are published online, and the links are provided on the slide. Next slide, please. So in summary, what did I say? I think I talked about our legal mandate for pharmacovigilance. And what I want to stress is that it's important to have a clear legal mandate and guidelines for pharmacovigilance. And these are essential for every regulatory authority or national centers to effectively perform the pharmacovigilance function. The second thing I want to highlight is that the major drug safety monitoring strategy is continuous reporting, but it's important to complement this with active monitoring, and in particular cohort event monitoring, which we have done, and there are publications of this online. Then you cannot rely on reports only from healthcare professionals. It's important to get report from marketing authorization holders, and to get report from marketing authorization holders, you need a clear legal mandate to do that. And also, report from patients are essential in ensuring the safety of patients and to ensure that marketed products continue to be safe in your countries. So then on the next slide, I'll acknowledge the countries and national regulatory authorities that have helped us to be where we are. So next slide, please. So we have received a lot of support from WHO, as most of you might have done. And also we have been helped by the Medicine and Healthcare Regulatory Agency in the UK in our pharmacovigilance inspection drive, and also the launch of our patient reporting and the QPPV program. We had a lot of support from the MHRA. And LAREB, the Netherlands Pharmacovigilance Center, also helped us with our patient reporting drive, because they are the pioneers in patient reporting. And of course, recently we had quite a number of support from ALDA NEPAD through the Smart City Surveillance Program. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, George, for that wonderful presentation of the work that you're doing in Ghana. And we are quite delighted to see all of the work you're doing within the country and even in the region, extending your support and expertise to other pharmacovigilance centers within the region. So we're delighted to have listened to you. Thank you. So next up, and may I also kindly ask that you please remain in the studios. We will take the next presentation, and then we come back to all of the speakers with questions. So next up, I would I'll invite Dr. Eduardo George Tavares to speak to us on the work that is being done in Cape Verde. I hope I got your name correct, Dr. Edward.
That's okay. That's fine.
All right. So Dr. Eduardo George Tavares, he is the chairperson of the board of directors at ERIS. I take it that means Independent Healthcare Regulatory Authority. Dr. Eduardo has a degree in pharmaceutical sciences and a postgraduate degree in evidence-based health and a master's degree in health economics and pharmacoeconomics. He joined the Dr. Agostino Neto General Hospital as Director of Pharmaceutical Services in 2004, and in 2007, he joined the Agency for the Regulation and Supervision of Pharmaceutical and Food Products, ARFA, as the head of the Operational Planning and Market Divisions. And he was promoted in 2011 to Director of Pharmaceutical Regulation Department. As of 2009, he began his teaching activity at the Jean Piaget University of Cape Verde, and then later at the International University of Cape Verde. In July 2016, he was appointed to the position of Director General of Pharmacy at the Ministry of Health and Social Security, of course, as a result of his dedication to duty. And when he took office as president of the board of directors of the regulatory entity Independent of Health, which position he is currently holding. He is a member of the ARFA Advisory Board, a member of the High Studies Commission of the Forum of Medicine's Regulatory Agency of Lusophobia, FAMED, I'm not sure I know what that means. And he is also a member of the Rapid Action Technical Team, the Oncology Commission, and the Hospital Infection Control Commission of the Ministry of Health in Cape Verde. He's participated in several studies and legislative proposals in regulating medicines and pharmaceutical products. Dr. Tavares, we're very delighted to have you and have you speak to our audience on all the work that you've been doing. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for the invitation to participate in this great event, the Afri Summit 2023. I also would like to apologize for my English, as I am a Portuguese speaker. My presentation will be about the functioning of the pharmacovigilance system in Cabo Verde, and the content, the outline of my presentation will be as follows in my, please, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, the outline of my presentation is the Cabo Verde at first as a country in numbers. We'll speak about the health sector, the pharmaceutical sector, and also the National Health Regulatory Authority, HERIS. Our mission, the scope of our activities, the National Pharmacovigilance System, the overview of our pharmacovigilance system, history, the structure of functioning, and also some numbers and stats about the reports throughout the years, and the completeness score of the ADR reports. And at last, the challenges and future outlook of our pharmacovigilance system. Next slide, please. Okay, Cabo Verde is a lower middle income country located off the west of coast of Africa and made up of 10 small islands floating in the Atlantic Ocean. The Cabo Verde Islands form part of Macaronesia ecoregion, along with Azores, the Canary Islands, Madeira, and Savage Islands. The population of Cabo Verde, as of the census of population of Cabo Verde held in 2021, was for about 500,000 of people. and the most populated island is Santiago Island, where the capital Praia is located. The health sector. Next slide, please. Here we have some statistical numbers of the health sector in Cabo Verde. We can see the mortality rate, it's about 5.6% in 2021. Life expectancy is 74 years in 2021. And the structures, sanitary structures, we have 2 central hospitals, 3 regional hospitals, and about 30 health centers. The ratio between of physicians per 10,000 inhabitants in 23 was 745 physicians, and the number of nurses per 10,000 inhabitants was 1,050 nurses. About the pharmaceutical sector, we have one production unit in Cabo Verde, 2 importers of medicines in Cabo Verde, 29 community pharmacies, and the ratio of pharmacies per 10,000 inhabitants is 151 pharmacists. And we have also HERS, has the National Healthcare Regulatory Authority. In the next slides, please. I will speak about HERS. HERS was created by Decree Law number 3/2019 of 10 of January, and it's endowed with regulatory functions that includes regulation, supervision, and sanctioning of infractions. Next slide, please. The mission of HERS is to contribute to the protection of public health and the citizens' interests by ensuring a high level of health security in the regulated sectors. The scope of our activities is the following are subject to actions of HERS within the scope of its responsibilities: pharmaceutical products and all activities linked to their life cycle, food sector establishments with regard to food health safety, and public and private sector healthcare providers. Among other responsibilities, HERS is the entity responsible for ensuring, in coordination with the competent bodies of the government responsible for the health area, the functioning of the national pharmacovigilance system. Next slide. Here in the next slide, I will make the overview of our pharmacovigilance system. So the implementation of a system that systematically evaluates the balance between the benefits and risk of medicines in real life conditions and gathers information about their use in different population groups. It's essential for ensuring high quality healthcare and sustainable health systems. In Cabo Verde, the design of this system was based on several meetings and working groups involving various stakeholders in the sector. These stakeholders included competent authorities, inspection service, universities, public health institutions, and other health professionals. Studies and severe dissemination and training action on this subject were carried out with the aim to identifying the model of a system more suitable to the national reality. Our previous system focuses on the evaluating and preventing ADRs related to medicines and other pharmaceutical products by managing and mitigating the risk that such products pose to the patients. Our ADR report system emphasizes reporting on medication errors as well as product quality issues related with efficacy. Next slide, please. We have here, next slide, please. We have here some historical milestones of our PV system. On August 2011, the Minister of Health formally indicated ARPHA as the national regulatory authority for medicines at that point, has the National Center of Pharmacovigilance. In 2012, we received the full membership of the WHO program for international drug monitoring and became the full member of the program. On December 2015, Cabo Verde achieved the WHO objective of 200 to 300 individual case reports per million inhabitants for years. That's the second place in Africa. In 2050, we launched the e-reporting system that permits the reporters to make online reporting of the ADRs. In 2017, we have the approval of the decree law establishing the national PV system. And in 2021, we launched the MadeSafe TP, a mobile that handles ADRs and product quality issues reporting aside of providing safety information of drugs. Nowadays, ARIS, as the coordinating body of our PV Center and collaborates with WHO UMC, providing real-world clinical context and enhancing drug safety monitoring in the aftermarket authorization stage in the country. A range of software tools like VigiFlow, VigiBase, VigiAccess, and Visualize is provided by WHO UMC to achieve the objectives of the PV program in a more efficient way. Next slide, please. I think you have to pass more slides. I forgot to tell you. Okay, this is the structure of our PV system. The effectiveness of the national PV system depends on the participation of all actors within the system and their fulfillment of the roles of the responsibilities. There are a number of stakeholders in the PV system with different roles and responsibilities. They include the following: National PV Center, which is managed by ARIS; National PV Committee, which includes representatives of the Ministry of Health and professional bodies; marketing authorization holders; healthcare establishments; risk management centers, public health programs; PV delegates and healthcare professionals; operators of the pharmaceutical sector; and the consumers and patients. Next slide, please. The spontaneous ADR reporting. A spontaneous ADR reporting is an unsolicited communication by a healthcare professional or consumer that describes one or more suspected adverse reaction in the patient who was given one or more medicinal products and that does not derive from the study or any organized data collection system where adverse events reporting is actively solved. Next slide, please. Who can report in Cabo Verde? All the healthcare professionals, including doctors, nurses, and pharmacists, as well as patients and the public can also report. What to report in Cabo Verde? All suspect adverse events, including ADRs due to the medication errors and accidental or intentional drug overdose and adverse event following immunization, as well as product quality issues should be reported to the appropriate channels. For the adverse events following immunization associated with COVID-19 vaccines, our PV Center articulated the adverse event following immunization National Committee, which has a governmental body responsible to treat and notify immediately, investigate and manage the risks resulting from adverse events following COVID-19 immunization. How to report? We have many ways to report in Cabo Verde. Healthcare professionals should fill out the ADR reporting form online or on paper for any suspected adverse event or suspected product quality issue and submit it to the National PV Center. ADR can be ADR's report submissions can be made directly at health facilities through pharmacies and other healthcare establishments to the PV Center by email, by phone or fax at the AIR's website, filling the online ADR reporting form, and by the MedSafe AP. Next slide, please. Safety measures. We have many safety publications in Cabo Verde made by our Pharmacovigilance Center. When our Pharmacovigilance Center receives an adverse event report, the report is processed, assessed, and sent to the national database, as well to the UMC database. Confirmed adverse events may result in the following actions: additional investigation to the use of the product, changes to the package and production information, changes in the recommended use of the pharmaceutical product, regulatory and health promotion interventions that may be warranted, including product withdrawal, recall, suspension from the market, and also educational initiatives to improve the safe use of medicines, including publication to raise awareness about the safety issue. Since its establishment, our PV Center has worked and published a number of safety publications, including bulletins, alerts, circulars, and guidelines to increase the knowledge and awareness of rational use of medicines, adverse reactions, and stimulating reporting. We have in the table, we have since the establishment of our PV Center, we realized 102 bulletins, 34 alerts, 238 follow-up international alerts, and 88 circulars. Next slide, please. Here I will present some number and stats, Science 22 of our PV Center. We have received, we have submitted to the Uppsala Monitoring Center 1,009 ICRs in that period, since 2012 to 2023. In the table, next slide, please. And also we have some information about the completeness scores of the ADR reports, which Cabo Verde was in 2017. The average quality of the ICR's reports form was 0.852 when compared with all other countries. We can see in the graphics the green line, it's the average of all the countries, and the purple line is the average punctuation of Cabo Verde in the completeness score. Next slide, please. We have many challenges for the future of our PV systems. Since its implementation, have seen a great development in our PV system and accomplishing important milestones. Nevertheless, underreporting is still a major limitation in our country, as it is in many other countries. In fact, globally, it's estimated that only 6 to 10% of all ADRs are reported. Further work is required to assess the impact of underreporting on our public health decisions and the effects of the initiatives to improve reporting, such as online AP reporting, healthcare professionals, patients reporting, as well as education and training of healthcare professionals that has been carried out over these years. I can list some weaknesses and opportunities for improvement of the national pharmacovigilance system in Cabo Verde. The weaknesses are underreporting, lack of interest in PV by healthcare professionals, especially in the private sector, lack of integration of PV in the healthcare facilities, central hospitals, healthcare centers, and pharmacies, lack of integration of PV in healthcare programs, lack of knowledge regarding PV and the reporting system by patients and consumers, limited human financial resources. Also, some of the main approaches to be implemented were identified with the view to improving the PV system and participation of healthcare professionals and users with regard to the notification of ADRs and product quality issues. Educational intervention involving not just healthcare professionals or public sector, but also those who work at the private sector, arrange meetings with healthcare programs coordinators in order to establish a letter of agreement or a memorandum of understanding with respect to the collection and processing of ADR generated and collected to the healthcare program, provide healthcare facilities programs with appropriate PV educational materials and guidelines so they can try their workers in training their workers in order to improve their interest knowledge with regard to the PV notification of ADRs, and promote PV campaigns such as MedSafety Week to empower patients into reporting. Next slide, please. Next. I think it's all for my part. Thank you for your attention. That's what I want to share with you today. And again, I would like to manifestate my congratulations for the organization to do this important meeting, important event that is AfriSummit 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Eduardo. Thank you for that presentation and for bringing up to speed with the work that is happening in Cape Verde. We're very delighted to hear that. I don't see that we have a lot of time, but I'll just bring in all the speakers very briefly and we'll take a few questions. I do have one specific question that was targeted at George. I would like to send that over to you, George, and then I'll have each speaker give us one very quick, hold on, I'm looking for it. George, there was a question. Then I'll have each speaker, I'll ask a specific question to each speaker and I'll have you just give a brief response because I'm informed that our time is almost up. Now, the question that is addressed specifically to George is from Mahar, who is asking that he or she is interested in reading more about Ghana's detected signals and if these are published investigation reports or newsletters.
Yeah,
if you have any published, if those have been published as reports or newsletters or investigations that are open, that can be accessed by the public.
Yeah, so thank you so much. A few have been published and they are available online. The anti-snake is published in our newsletter. The chlorhexidine gel with cordyceps is also published in our newsletter. The anti-snake is also published. So 3 of them I remember is published. The one on artesunates with fetal resorption was presented at one of the national centers meeting. I don't remember which year, so that's also available. I can put them together and send to the organizers the links for all these and send to the organizers so that I can access them. Thank you.
That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, George, for that. So I'll just ask a brief question to each of the speakers. I would ask you to please take a moment. I think it's time for lunch and we want to give our participants the time to be able to go for their lunch before they come for the next session. So I will appreciate a brief response. I'll start with a just concluded presentation by Dr. Eduardo. Dr. Eduardo, for the interest of our audience and maybe for my own education, I was interested in seeing what the relationship between your board of directors of the regulatory entity independent of health is with the ARFA. Are they one and the same thing or are they different complementary bodies that support pharmacovigilance?
Okay, thank you, Chair. The PV Center works in the functioning is of the PV Center. It's in the ears, the independent regulatory authority, but it's an independent body within the independent regulatory authority. We gave them support about financial support and other support, but they work independently of the regulatory authority.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So they're independent of the regulatory authority and they're independent of the independent regulator. Thank you very much for clarifying that. The next question, I think I'll ask Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone at once, and because this borders on our regional activities. So I'm interested in knowing, at least for Ghana and Nigeria, I know you're pioneers in pharmacovigilance within our region. I'll really be interested to know how both your countries are supporting the rest of the region, bringing them along up to the level that you are, recognizing you two as the maturity level 3 MRAs that we have currently within the region. What are you individually or even collectively doing to bring up the rest of the countries within the region? I think I would liken that to what is happening in the EAC. At least we see a lot more regional collaboration, or we hear a lot more regional collaboration within the East African community than we see in West Africa. Can I get your thoughts on that? How both of your organizations are supporting to move that forward? I can start with Pharmacist Lemoa.
Okay, thank you so much, Comfort, for that question. Currently, all efforts are on top gear. It is good enough in the West African Medicines Regulatory Authority, the ECOWAS front. Myself and George were part of that expert working group, the newly constituted expert working group. And we have done our plans for the next 3 years. And part of the focus of that our work plan is how to strengthen other countries that are working towards becoming maturity level 3 in terms of bringing them up to speed. Meant to understand from the 20th of this month, there is already a meeting scheduled in Togo, bringing the expert working groups together so that at least after the inauguration meeting, we're supposed to sit together and now bring out in-depth plans on how we're going to support other West African countries in terms of PV maturity level 3 and subsequent PV maturity level 4. So all efforts are already on top gear. And also, I'll also be happy to inform you, even the Central African countries had a meeting yesterday where myself and George was also able to present to them on our journeys to maturity level 3 and maturity level 4, respectively. So all work is on deck. It's continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pharmacist Lemoa, for that intervention. George, I turn it over to you to see if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I think Lemoa has said almost everything, but just to add briefly that as part of the PV expert working group, we had already developed a common guideline for those who support almost all the PV activities so that countries without guidelines can adopt those. We've also developed a standard operating procedure for almost everything. So countries without these standard operating procedures can adopt these SOPs. And I think in my presentation, I mentioned what Ghana is doing as a country to mentor other national centers across the sub-region and also in Africa in general. So these are some of the things we are doing. As you know, medicine do not need visas to cross borders. So medicine marketed in Nigeria today could be in Ghana the next day in a few hours. So we need to strengthen PV across the sub-region, and that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, you're extremely right about that. And I would just, from my perspective, I would just say, we would like to see, I'm very delighted to hear what both of you have said, all the work that's ongoing, particularly about the regional guidelines, which I wasn't aware of. I think we need to put in more publicity on this work that the technical working group has been doing, you know, so that there will be more global visibility about that. Because I didn't know, as I said, I didn't know. And so this is interesting to know. And now we can say, yes, this is what the region is doing. And then maybe these are some of the areas where, you know, potential support can be targeted at the region. So with that, I'll move to Dr. Sa. Dr. Sa, I wanted to have your take on all of what's been happening as well within the region. I know you're the IMS chair, and I just wanted to see how you are also keen into providing that kind of support for pharmacovigilance. I know in the last session, I remember you talked about some of the work that you're doing with registration and all of that, but I wanted to know how you are supporting pharmacovigilance also under the IMS technical working group in the region.
Thank you, Comfort. As I said earlier, the IMS working group, of which I'm the chair, our main role is to provide support for all the technical working groups so that we can further improve on this harmonization initiative for West Africa. In terms of pharmacovigilance, for us at the IMS working group, for our major plan this time around is to see how best we can help on improving this reporting by the general public or other healthcare providers using the MedSafety app. It's already been deployed in Nigeria, I think in Ghana. Sierra Leone, we're also doing training for our healthcare providers. We want to get out to the general public as well. So this is one of the things we are trying to push at the IMS level. But far above that, as I said earlier, is that the QMS software. If we can have the QMS software for most of our country, then the pharmacovigilance component within the Medicines Regulatory Agency for each of the MRL will also be strengthened. So for these are the two things we are going to look into a little bit faster for this year.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And with that, I believe we have really run out of time. And yeah, we have really run out of time. Madre is already calling for our heads. So it's time to leave the studios. But before we do, I really want to appreciate all of the speakers who took their time to update us on all of the activities that you're doing within the region. We're quite excited and we look forward to seeing even more of what you're doing. So thank you, and we invite you to come back and enjoy the rest of the summit. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.